Hello, what's up, everybody? $10, JR, Rasta, Ankthar, Goose, Epato, Garrus, Fox, Cassie, Seraphin, Shoko, Spiked Floors, X, Stella, Shezar, Dead Whale, Juspo, Bullvine. Hope everybody's doing good today. It is Sunday, it is the 3rd of August, 2025, and we're here playing video games, I guess. I'm pretty tired. There was a very high chance of today not happening, let me tell you guys. But here we are. How's everybody else this weekend doing? How was my weekend? It was all right. Watched quite a bit of Evo. Watched SummerSlam yesterday with Rana. It was all right. Watching things, sitting there watching things. Um, I played two new video games this weekend. One of them was Eartheon, which is like an old school arcade shoot 'em up shmup, like a good old school shmup. Played that with my you know, leverless controller because it felt like an arcade game, so it felt interesting to play on that. Um, yeah, as someone who really enjoys shmups, I had a lot of fun. It was great. Um, I finished the game in easy mode, which was already pretty difficult. I'm looking forward to playing it in normal mode, seeing how, you know, learning those levels better. But yeah, if you guys like old school shoot 'em ups, I think that game was made by like actual like veterans of the genre, like people who made R-Type and all that. You guys remember that? But I don't know, it the way it works and like the mechanics and everything, I think is pretty interesting. It has a few little unique things that it does that I haven't seen any them ups do in the past. So it's a pretty good game. Eartheon, I recommend it. The other one that I played was The King is Watching, which is sort of a city builder roguelike with a bit of an auto battler system, and it makes me think of like Loop Hero with a little more control, if that makes any sense. Um that game is really fun. I like The King is Watching. I don't know how, you know, much longevity I'm gonna find in the game because I feel like it needs a little bit of tuning, fine tuning in its systems, because there's a lot of different builds you can do, but it feels like a lot of the more advanced tech stuff that you can build in the game requires such a huge amount of luck that you're never really gonna go for it. I don't know. Maybe it's a thing for. I'm still very early in the game. Like I'm playing just like the first part of the game, which is pretty short runs. So maybe you don't have time to go for the more advanced tech. Maybe like the longer runs as you play the game at higher levels and bigger difficulty where there's more waves and it requires you like to play longer runs. Maybe at that point starts being more realistic going for like the more advanced stuff, because what's happened so far is it feels like every run that I do feels kind of similar, which is not great for a roguelike thing. But maybe it's me just not being adventurous with my choices. But if it's a matter of like getting to a point where the game's a little more difficult and like the runs are longer, then the game should progress to that point faster. I think that's an issue that also requires rebalancing. Because yeah, the current way that it's working is just I don't see the longevity long term. So those are two games that I've been enjoying this weekend. I haven't had a chance to play League very much. No, I didn't even play like I don't think I even played one normal game. I did a few like practice runs with different junglers, but that's it. Anyway, and no one has anything to say. Are we just you know? Am I talking to myself today? Is it one of those days? I'm eating chips. Nice. Enjoy that. Yeah, what kind of chips? Are we talking normal chips, which I'm assuming is the case because most of the planet calls potato chips? Or are we talking like hot chips, which means fries? What's up, Dodo Nino? Thank you for the 8 months tier 1. Appreciate that. Thank you. Dodo Nino, you will be remembered. The full chips Lay's was on sale. Decided to poison myself a bit. I get it. My nutrition this weekend has been terrible. I've basically ordered food all weekend. Pizza. I had like a free pizza in my local pizza place of a coupon, so I went for like pasta and then pizza in the fridge for later. And yesterday I ordered at some like Mexican style restaurant, got a huge burrito that I ate just for the stream. And yesterday I had like a sort of like, I don't know, they call it a snack box, which is like a box with a bunch of like tenders, nuggets, onion rings, and mozzarella sticks, which is delicious, but you know, not very good for the old stomach, I guess. What's up, Mac Ace? How are you doing today? Pretty good F1 race today, not much else going on. Let me guess, McLaren won again? What's up, DJ? How are you doing? I feel like every last few F1 championships were so not competitive that it makes the sport boring. Like, you can tell from the first few races of the season who's gonna just, you know, stomp over everyone else. But, oh well. What's up, Playan? How are you doing today? Yeah, at least there's an inside competition between the two McLarens, I guess. We take those. But I can't, like, I can't watch that seriously because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be like, whose driver has the team invested more in marketing-wise? Because that's the one they're gonna want to win. You know, we might not see the inner workings of those things, but if they want one of them to win, that one's gonna win. If there's really like a, you know, if it comes down to it, they'll make sure their golden boy is gonna win. Like it's not a rare thing in F1 to ask the teammate to let the other one pass and stuff like that. Make sure one of the car gets a little more treatment, you know. Yeah, Anktar. Or they want you to believe that. Because it makes for more interesting entertainment, more revenue, more marketing, etc., etc. But I don't know. I feel like since they're doing, you know, is the Netflix thing still a thing? Because since they're doing that, I feel like there's like several levels now to what's happening behind closed doors, right? There's the stuff that's happening behind closed door that Netflix is allowed to see, and there's the real stuff happening behind closed doors that no camera will ever see. It's the same in, you know, in WWE, right? There's the stuff the Netflix show is allowed to see, and then there's stuff they're not allowed to see. Feels kind of like a similar situation in F1 for the past like 5+ years. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, DJ, but I think it goes beyond like just sponsorships, right? Like having a team that has a major sort of star, you know, someone you've invested money in, made a bigger contract. Like someone like Verstappen, for instance, was a big deal for Red Bull, right? They invested a lot of money in that kid when they saw his potential. They want him to perform, right? If it comes down to him or this, you know, second driver that's not nearly as marketable for Red Bull, they're gonna make sure Verstappen wins. I feel like McLaren's one of those same situations right now, and I would believe Norris to be the number one driver, but I'm not sure exactly how it happened. It's just it just has more experience. He's been there longer, so. But maybe they're looking at Piastri and they're like, oh no, this kid's actually the future. That's, you know. But I mean, they both seem really good, so. What's up, Salem? Piastri is currently still at. I know. Had a good start of the season. Hamilton seems super depressed at the moment. Feels bad. I mean, wouldn't you be? I understand Hamilton's woes. I mean, can't pretend that I understand exactly what he's feeling, but the idea of wanting to perform in a field and like everything around you is just not coming together, you know. That's a struggle. That is a struggle. But anyway, outside of car racing, what's good? Are we just am I just getting in the game there? I don't know. I'm excited to see what's next. What's up, Salachi? Yeah, we do have the rare occasional F1 talk. I used to be a big fan of F1. I used to watch that with my dad when I was a kid, every fucking weekend. And I've had a few like, you know, phases over the years after that, and since my dad passed, you know, a few moments where I'm like, I'll watch F1 for a little bit. But I haven't really followed the past few years because I'm not that big of a fan of Verstappen, and I was tired of just seeing him win. So, but yeah, we talk about it on occasion. I don't know. I try to not. The problem with those topics, like super I feel like there's a lot of topics, a few topics like that. When you start talking about it, there's only one nerd in chat who's actually interested, and then everyone else just like checking out. So I tend to avoid those topics of conversation when it comes to Twitch. I find them poorly, you know, I find they create very poor engagement, which is something you have to think about when you're putting on a show, you know. Yeah, I mean, other than that, I don't know. Evo's been great. Few upsets along the way. I mean, I haven't really... I watched mostly Tekken, but a few upsets. Street Fighter seems to also have had its share of surprises, but both top 8s were pretty good. What are you watching streaming these days? You mean Twitch streaming or? Oh, like TV shows? Oh, almost nothing. Oh, I've yesterday I learned of this show called Raised by Wolves, which I know was cancelled by HBO. But it looks pretty interesting. I think I'm gonna watch that at some point. I like the concept of it. I'm willing to be disappointed by the cancellation again. The last show I was really disappointed by the cancellation of was Santa Clarita Diet, I think. I watched that one in like 2023. Broke my heart when I got to the end of it, but I knew it was cancelled, so I made my own decision. What's up, Tyler? What's up, Kuma? Yeah, I've heard some good things, Kuma. Yeah, I'm excited. And then before that, the one of the shows that I watched like when it aired, and I was really disappointed it wouldn't get a season 2 was I Am Not Okay With This. It's the name of the show. It was great. I was very disappointed that they decided to not make a season 2. I think it's based on a comic book, so I guess I could, you know, go there for answers, but it's not the same. The Sopranos? Yeah, I mean, The Sopranos is a good show. I randomly, it makes me think, I randomly saw the cooking scene in Goodfellas over the weekend. Like, I don't know why it came up on my YouTube shorts, but it just, you know, popped onto my feed, and I watched that, and I was like, I don't want to watch Goodfellas again. I want to watch some mafia movies and stuff. There's a lot of Scorsese movies I haven't watched yet. I need to get to it. The last like couple of decades, I really haven't watched any of his movies. So Prison Cooking Scene, yeah, the one where the guy they talk about the guy's technique for cutting garlic, you know, like super thin and all. And I love how it's presented as this like masterful cooking technique. But it's just that the guy didn't want to do anything else. It's just like, yeah, no, I'm gonna take an hour to like thin slice those garlic nuts, you know, just so I don't have to do anything else. Instead of just mashing it, you know, it has to dissolve in the sauce. Yeah. I think it's just such a funny detail. hardly watch TV shows anymore. Been burned too many times. Yeah, I try to not worry about that. Right. I try to not worry about the fact that the show might get cancelled or will be cancelled or has been cancelled, and just enjoy what's there. And if I don't get the full story, I can just imagine the rest of it. Use my, imagination to. I know it's not the same, but. Well, I hope it gets better, Tyler. Just having a stellar first season and milking the cow to death. Yeah, that's another issue, right? Like, which one do you prefer? Do you prefer, you prefer them canceling the show? What's the best of two evils there? Canceling the show or milking the show to death? I don't know. I feel like milking the show to death is easier to accept, question mark? Because, like, at least you know when you're not watching anymore, you're like, that was trash. I'm going to stop watching, right? Whereas where it's just cancelled and you really like what you saw, you're like, oh, god damn it, I don't know what, I need to know. What's up, Bird Big? How are you doing today? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they both kind of suck in their own way, right, Tyler? But hey, at least in the case of milking, very poor phrasing, but I'm going to continue the sentence anyway. At least in the case of milking, people have a job still. Some people still have a job, right? So... What's up, Scottish Sumo? How are you doing today? Can't believe they're still doing even more Dexter. Wait, didn't that show end already? Oh wait, no, that's one of the shows that they had a revival on, right? They brought it back or something. And now they're doing another show. Oh. I wish they just tied all the loose ends at the end of the season so I can pretend the bad seasons don't exist, like I do with Altered Carbon. I've only watched the beginning of the first season of that one when I was playing Cyberpunk, I think. It was interesting. I don't know why I stopped watching. What I really want to watch soon, maybe one of these days, is Arcane. I haven't watched... I watched the first season of Arcane up until... Like, I watched the first few episodes up until, like, there's a... Not gonna spoil any detail, but, like, there's a big thing in season 1 that's happening. If you watch it, you know what I mean. I watched up until that point. I haven't watched the second half of the season, and I haven't watched season 2. I really want to. Especially these days, I'm playing League, so I'm kind of invested in the world again. But I would have to start watching it from scratch again, because it's been like a couple years, and I don't remember a lot of what I watched outside of that one detail. Like, I remember what happens, but I don't remember like the lead up. I need to get back into the themes and the characters, and yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that starting today. Yeah. Oh, well, not today. Today there's too much stuff to watch and catch up on. So. Soup? Oh, I love Soup. It's got nothing to do with TV shows, but I love Soup. Soup is the best. I would have Soup every day. Which makes me think I still need to finish watching season 3 of The Bear, and I think season 4's out now? Question mark? Too many things to catch up on. I don't know why I never finished season 3 either. Like, it's one of those things. I was super into it, and then I didn't watch the last 2 episodes. So many shows I started watching and never finished lately. Good French onion soup. French onion soup is delicious. Tomato soup. Just a regular vegetable soup. Soup in all its forms are welcome in my belly. Prefer my food to be edible rather than drinkable. That's interesting. I don't know. I've heard the debate happening before. Do you eat a soup or you drink a soup? And I get the idea is just that it's liquid, right? I still consider it eating a soup. I don't know. There's something different. You don't drink a soup in the same way you drink like water, I feel like, but too thick for that. But maybe the thickness is not everything. Because then a smoothie, you don't eat a smoothie, you drink it. I don't know. This is a way to... You consume soup. Yeah, let's just simplify everything. You consume things. You eat it with a spoon. Straw versus a spoon. Okay, listen. When I was a kid, I would eat my soup with a straw. Okay, when I was sick... When I was a kid, when I would get really sick, my grandmother would always make her vegetable soup to you know, pick me back up, and she would bring me a little cup to the bed with a straw, and that's how I do drink my soup, which I guess is the answer. Tofu pho soup. Eat it every day. The cozy place near the office. Oh man, that's a soup that... Oh, yeah. Sweet... No, wait, what is it? Hot and sour soup from local Chinese restaurants. That's... That shit right there. Oh man, if I could have that every day, delivered at my home. Yeah, what about subscriptions to restaurants? How is that not a thing yet? I subscribe to a restaurant and I get a different meal every day. Would probably be prohibitively expensive. Yeah, a subscription. How about a subscription? I just want a soup every day. It's broth, not soup. But yeah, that's another debate, right? Is cereal soup? That's the second time I'm having that conversation this weekend. Where's the line? Why is cereal not soup, but yet wheat soup is soup? Just cereal in water or liquid, right? Milk soup does exist. If you heat the milk? No, gazpacho exists. It's a cold soup. I don't think the requirement for soup is that it has to be warm. I was having that conversation with Nasrallah. Nasrallah made the good point that soup involves some some preparation process, right? Some recipe, some cooking involved, right? And I think that's a fair point. Like anyone can make cereal. You just pour the cereal, pour the milk. Not everyone can make a soup. Most soup is savory, not sweet, though. Most, yeah, but I don't think that's a requirement in itself. I don't know. Calling gazpacho soup feels weird, does it? Gazpacho is a cold soup. I will take that as... Gazpacho doesn't require heating and therefore it's a smoothie. See, I don't think the heating part's that important. Also, talking about cereal, heating the milk and cereal, that's just oatmeal, isn't it? Like you know, like a porridge. But then porridge is not a soup. It's not liquid enough, probably. Although, again, is the consistency of the soup really like a factor? Because I've had some soups that were mighty thick out there. I don't know. It's a weird conversation. And when does it become yeah, when does it become a stew? The milk was heated during pasteurization? Some of it, at least, yeah. That is true. Unless you're one of these people who needs raw milk, you know, for whatever reason. Maybe DJ, yeah. I don't know. I personally, you know, I would never think of calling cereal a soup, of course. You know, why would I? But I think it's interesting sometimes to see. I feel like, and that's the problem with those conversations. You know, like is Pop-Tart, is you know, cheesecake a cake or not? Is this, is that? The problem with those conversations is often that we get hung up on technicalities of how things are being defined, instead of understanding that most of it is cultural and historical, right? Those are the main reasons why things are called the way they are. It's not the technicalities of it. And I think that extends to a conversation we had the other day about like video game and books and movies genres, right? The genres and how they're defined. There's a lot of just cultural and historical reasons for those things. It's not so much about the technicalities. It's nice to talk technicalities sometimes, you know, especially we're all a bunch of nerds, so of course we're gonna enjoy having those conversations. But at the end of the day, a lot of it is historical and cultural reasons, not so much technical reasons. What's up, White Wolf? How are you doing today? Big pot you can eat for 3 days at least, makes me feel safe. Yeah, no, vegetable soup is awesome. I want to, over the next few years, I want to practice making my grandmother's recipe and trying to perfect it to the point that it's going to taste as close as possible as the way she used to make it. I can see, I think that's, I can see something moving there. I think it's one of those clay men. What's up, Duo Maxwell? How are you doing today? Words are made up. You can't 100% nail down the meaning of anything. It's all fuzzy. For the most part, yeah. I think words, you know, proper usage of words is important. As a writer, I would be hypocritical to say otherwise. My point is only that, you know, we try to want to define things because of technical aspects, where it's really not the major part of how words came to be, you know. A soup is called a soup not because of the technical minutiae of what's in it or how it's prepared. It's called a soup because historically and culturally people call it a soup. That's it. That's why a cheesecake is a cheesecake. Is a cheesecake technically a cake? Not really. But it's still called a cake because that's the fucking cultural, you know, paradigm. You can't fight history. Not all the time, at least. History takes precedent. Culture is important. What's up, Slide? How are you doing today? Why would cheesecake not be a cake? Ask Naz next time he's there. Technically, a cheesecake is a tart. I agree with that. I think that makes sense. But, you know. It has a fine crust and then there's stuff on top of it. Which is not what a cake is. But culturally speaking, it's still called a cheesecake. And then that's even without going into all the regional aspects to this, right? Which is part of the cultural thing, right? All the regional aspects to this. Fulfills the role of a cake. I guess so. No, I know, Mac Ace. That's what I mean with regional. In French, une tarte is, you know, une tarte and un gâteau. It can describe the same exact thing. And then, funny enough, we use the word cake, un cake, to describe something completely different. That's what I mean. That's exactly my point. The cultural aspects, regional aspects, historical aspects are way more important than anything else. Oh, I was just absent-mindedly picking up some materials, expecting that to be it was in a grave, so I expected it to be like souls. But no, it's a miniature Ronnie. So immediately, no breaks, we get some freaking like story, lore, whatever dropped on our laps. Interesting. Yeah, I thought, you know, it's just a white item. Like, typically, important story items are golden, right? Doll resembling Rani the Witch. So I was really, I thought it would be just like souls like these, like golden runes, sorry, like that you pick up in graves, right? A doll resembling Rani the Witch. From head to toe, every detail is perfect. This unresponsive doll seems pleasantly cool. Okay. Pleasantly cool, like the aspect of the you know, the Snow Witch and everything. Whose appearance. That's an interesting thing, because how do I know it's supposed to be Rani? I mean, of course, for us we know Rani as this appearance, but we know this appearance belongs to the Snow Witch. That was her secret mentor, right? So how do we know this doll was made after her and not the mentor? I don't know. What's up, Zia? How are you doing today? It's an interesting one. Not a lot of lore there. Just a little small doll. Should I take a note about that? No, I mean, it's just an item. I was considering maybe taking a note of, like, I got a doll, you know, looking like her, but donuts on a stick, cake pops. I've never even heard of that. Interesting. Favorite named cake here in the US is Angel Food Cake. Isn't that like Devil's Food's red and Angel Food's white, and like it's based on the components in? Oh no, it's not even based on the components. Isn't it like just coloring? Like it's the same preparation except one of them is colored, like with food coloring. Or is there like actually a difference in the ingredients? Sorry. What's up, Rico? Devil's Food is red, but I don't know a lot about it. Yeah, I think it's just coloring, but I may be completely wrong here. My only the only reason why I have any knowledge about this is because I used to watch like baking competition shows on French TV with my ex-girlfriend, my ex-long relationship. My last long relationship for 6 fucking years. I was watching so many baking and cooking shows. She loved those, and I loved her. So. No, those shows are actually fine. I like watching it just fine. I will say I spent some of watching that, like, you know, doing my own things on my phone or playing games or whatever, but I was still watching. Cake pops are crumbled up cake mixed with frosting, formed into a bowl and frosted again. That sounds extremely sweet. Oh boy, what is going on here? Oh! One of those turrets again. Like, that's the same thing we found in Ool Temple or whatever. Ool Palace. Yeah. Here. Shooting us, right? Same thing. Great. Love that enemy. I don't think I could watch shows like that. They just make me hungry. And I was watching most of those shows when I was hitting the gym like 6 times a week and cutting weight and all that. So my my nutrition was on point, but I was also very hungry and starving a lot of the time. So yeah, it was definitely a challenge watching those things. But hey, that's just what you do. What's up, Sela? How are you doing? What's up, Febs? How are you doing today? Cake pop's essentially a lollipop, but with cake and frosting, right? Yeah, no, it seems very sweet. I'm sure I would love eating it. It's basically like DJ said, it sounds like just a donut on a stick, right? Which I love donuts, but yeah, Big C. I think it's just people are different, right? Some people struggle to put on enough weight. Some people struggle to, you know, stay low enough. I'm definitely one of the people who, if I'm letting myself go naturally, I will gain weight. Some people will lose weight. You know, we're just wired differently. Not all of us are the same. You know. And then there's a few people, like there's a bunch of people who naturally, if you just they don't pay attention to it, they'll just eat exactly what they need, and that's it. Those people scare me. I don't understand how you know, how you function like that. Do you mean you don't have to be careful, or you just naturally eat only what you need and as much as you need? That's crazy to me. I don't think it's a matter of having a fast metabolism, Tyler. People always bring up the metabolism stuff, but most studies outside of outliers put most people into like a range of 400 calories per day, right? At the same weight range or something, like 200 to 400 calories difference. Which is mostly due to activity, right? People who are active and people who aren't. But apparently metabolism isn't, there's not that much variance. What has been observed in those studies, however, is that people tend to not realize how much or how little they eat. People are extremely bad at self-reporting how much they eat. Like I remember when I was again, like when I was big into the gym stuff, I would watch a lot of studies, I would read a lot of material and all that, and like there's been, I don't remember exactly, like I don't have sources off the top of my head, but I remember reading a study where they had people like just eat normally for like days, and every day estimate how much calories they consume that day. Well, there was definitely a correlation between overweight people thinking they ate way less than they did, and underweight people thinking that they ate way more than they did. So there was a very strong correlation there. And like they would, you know, comparing like people saying, "Oh, I feel like I eat so much," you know, and yet I stay thin. And then they would put the amounts that they've eaten next to the people who think that I haven't eaten that much today. And, you know, people that are overweight, and you notice that the people that are overweight ate like twice as much calories. So yeah, the most of the problems are behavioral, not not like genetic. But that's it's a complex conversation because obviously it touches on mental health aspects, right? Like, I know when I gain weight and why I gain weight. It's always when I'm, you know, down in the dumps and I'm depressed and I don't feel so good. Those are the times where I gain weight, like the past couple years. When I'm, you know, in better mental spaces, I tend to lose weight because I don't eat that much anymore. I eat less, I do other stuff, you know. For, like, there's something, like, very clear to me in that association. What's up, Facehugger? How are you doing today? Well, that's the thing, White Wolf, though. That doesn't explain why you gain weight. Because you can just eat less of it. And it's always cheaper to eat less. And I understand it's a complex thing because garbage food is typically less filling. So it makes it more difficult to eat less. I understand that. But you can lose weight eating McDonald's every day. I've done it. You just have to accept that you're gonna be hungry most of the day. And you're not gonna feel so great. But you can do it. Weight variation is just about calories. Which doesn't help with how good you're feeling and your general health, but the weight's gonna move. What's up, Stoner? How are you doing today? Yes, Hilo? Well, hey. Progress, I guess. You're, or you're dealing with your depression differently, maybe? Hmm. Hell yes, Alachi. Yeah, apple pie, apple crumble sounds delicious. Love that. I miss my grandmother's apple pie. Apple tart, technically. Yeah, it was delicious. Mm. Stopped eating out of boredom. Started smoking daily. Lost about 60 kilos after that. Well, that'll do it. I would rather lose weight without, you know, replacing it with another terrible, Oh, I have no soul. Wait, how do I have so little souls? Did I not just kill the fucking... Oh yeah, I think I... Did I even mention that last stream? We gained almost no souls from those fucking gargoyles. What a travesty. Or did I spend it already? Oh, I may have spent it, actually. Well, no, actually, no. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway. I guess let's keep hold on. What was... Talk to miniature Ronnie. Oh god, am I going crazy? My character's talking to a doll. I was about to leave and my eyes glanced at the screen. I was like, wait, hold on, what was that? Interesting. Who's the doll pervert now? Not me. I haven't done anything weird with that doll. I promise. Not yet, at least. You know. Let's not be too confident. Oh, a bunch of stuff, White Wolf. I mentioned it earlier. Pizza, pasta, some chicken, onion rings, and mozzarella sticks box, snack box, and a burrito today. I've eaten terribly all weekend. It was delicious, but I feel very gross. Oh, it is what it is. Get problems when I eat too much or too little after getting your gallbladder removed. Interesting. That sounds excellent for a birthday weekend. Well, technically my birthday weekend was last weekend. This weekend was just because entertainment. There was a SummerSlam to watch yesterday. Evo to watch all weekend, like the you know, fighting game tournament. So it's been a whole fucking weekend of just watching things, you know. Extended birthday weekend, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. Regardless of the reasons, I had a good time. I just feel gross. I need to go on a diet. I'm way bigger than I would like right now. But oh well. I need to register to my local. There's a gym not too far away. I've mentioned it in the past, but I'm like mentioning it again to make myself accountable. There's a gym not too far away from here. It's like a 5-minute drive or something. I need to get to it. I need to subscribe to that gym, get a membership, and start hitting it at least 3 times a week. That'd be great. Then get into the groove of things and eventually, I don't know, hit it every day and whatever. I would love to do that. It'd be a nice way to socialize as well. Although I would probably go in hours where nobody's there, so I don't know. Yo, Sylvan Shade, thank you for the tier 1 6 month in advance. 2 months total. Appreciate that. Did you just get like a 6-month, you know, extension? Thank you. Man, that you know, now I have to stream for the next 6 months. I feel responsible. Thank you, Sylvan Shade. Appreciate you. Sylvan Shade, you will be remembered. Thank you so much. Okay, let's talk to Miniature Ronnie and see what's going on. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's a doll. What did I expect? I mean, I can... Nope.
Oh, a dogged fellow, aren't we? Or is it merely thy habit to talk to dolls? Fine. Fine. I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise. But now the cat is out the bag. I cannot allow thee thy freedoms. Perform for me a service
again?
As a recompense.
Oh my god.
Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
Why is she so mad at me? Hold on, why is she so upset? Oh yeah, we have a bunch of new emotes in the animated emotes lineup. I added all of them as actually sub emotes because we have so many open animated slots now. So thank you, $10 for you know, doing all the work there. Yeah, now you can use those all over the platform if you want. Okay, let me I'm gonna keep talking to her and see. We'll go over the entire dialogue after we're exhausted.
Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter. Perform. Eliminate
okay, that's
the
it.
name of I will not.
Huh, hold on. There's something kind of strange about this.
Lands. Not allowed.
Also, holy shit, I had to click the thing 3 times. for it to do
Oh,
anything. I thought it was just, oh, well, the doll doesn't, you know, it's a doll. Why would it talk to you? And then I was thinking, like, is it something where your character, like, is it gonna, you know, you can talk to her at your graces, and maybe, you know, it's a matter of you like going crazy a little bit. It's like to indicate that your character is sort of obsessed with that Ronnie that left, and you know, you're sort of like slowly going down the route of talking to your, you know, doll of the person you miss. But no, it's just she was actually in there. Okay.
a
Dogged fellow? What does dogged mean? Insistent, maybe? Meaning tenacity, grim persistence. Okay. Yeah, that's what it means. What's up, outer? Yeah, the descent into Gunnerism. Oh, that's a beautiful way of putting it. Descent into Gunnerism. Let me find my notes for Ronnie. Oh man. Oh yeah, we need to take. Oh god, we're gonna have to take some time to organize those notes again. Like, look at this. Look at the column where Ronnie is. It's so, there's so little space left anywhere. I need to move Jarbairn. I think I'm gonna put Jarbairn here, which is not even the characters anymore. This is supposed to be like the locations and factions. I need to move everything. Oh god, what a mess. What's up, Cyrus? It's a person. Okay, let me move that. Okay. We followed her lead. We followed the lead from Rena's Rise. Found a miniature doll of her in a coffin. Then ended up being able to talk to her. They're insisting. What's up, Delirium? Save subspace if you move the people that are dead to another area. Yeah, but the problem is, I guess I could associate, you know, like, oh yeah, he's dead, so he's in the cemetery section. That could be a way. But what I think, why I like keeping them in their like sort of main location that's attached to them, is that typically it means that in my notes they're going to be around the other people or concepts or locations that are connected to them. So when I go over my notes, it makes it easier to just like see things in a way that makes sense in my brain, right? Which, you know, is just for my brain. It's just to make it easier for me to find information. Like, I associate, even though Ronnie's technically not in Liurnia anymore, I associate her, well, actually, Ainsel River is technically under Liurnia, but whatever. You know what I mean? Even if she moved to another location entirely, I still associate her with Liurnia. Because in my brain, that makes sense, right? So, yeah, there's sometimes I move people around if they change locations, if it makes sense in my brain, but sometimes they need to just stick where they were initially. I don't know. Her soul is apparently in the doll? How? Why? How did her soul end up being in there? And why? What's the origin of this browse meme? I don't know, I think it's just like a, you know, when someone says something dirty, you make the eyebrows thing. And I don't know exactly. There's this mustachio dude on the internet. There's a gif of a guy doing the eyebrows like that, which is pretty big. Which is kind of what this one is emulating, but I'm not sure where it originally came from. Alright, let's continue listening to the conversation.
A dogged fellow, aren't we? Or is it merely thy habit to talk to dolls?
Okay, also, this is she's calling me... she also kind of called me out for talking to dolls.
Fine. Fine. I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise.
I did not. You sold. If you just, if you kept shutting up, I would have never thought you were in there.
But now the cat is out the bag. I cannot.
Okay. Says I can't have my freedom because I know her secret. I mean, we know, we do know she's capable of moving her soul around. That's the reason why she was in the doll body in the first place, like the big doll body, like, you know, made after the Snow Witch. But how does she do it? Like, what kind of power is that? That's interesting. Yo, Kumikael, what's up? How are you doing today? Thank you for the tier 1, 3 months. Back from 2 weeks summer cottage break. Hell yeah. Where are we in the lands between? We're currently in Ainsel River, talking to a miniature doll of Rani. It's very interesting. We haven't made... If you haven't been there for the past 2 weeks, I don't think we've made that much progress surface-wise in the world, but we've definitely explored many interesting places and made some really big progress in the story, I feel like. But yeah, thank you so much. Kumikael, you will be remembered. Thank you for the resub.
Not allow thee thy freedoms. Perform for me a service.
She wants me to serve her again.
Eliminate
the baleful shadows. She wants me to serve her again. Tasks me to eliminate the baleful shadows prowling Ainsel River. Okay, whatever those are.
Baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee.
Okay, I don't agree with that. How have I sullied her name? Feels like baseless accusations.
I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
Apparently thinks her name is sullied because of me. And she seems a little upset at me. Very authoritative. Interesting. Yo, Sim, thank you so much for the tier 1. 30 months. Appreciate that. Sim Toric will be remembered. Thank you. Has the description changed now? Nope. It still says unresponsive. Makes no sense.
Perform for me. Eliminate the name of I will not.
Okay. Alright. Baleful shadows. I guess we're on the hunt now. Whatever those baleful shadows are, I'm gonna find them and we're gonna kill them. Have to watch a couple of VODs in the spare time. Hell yeah, you know, there's a lot. There's been a lot of adventures. We finished Kaled, Dragon Barrow. Gurunk is currently very mad at me. Last time I was there, he was attacking me. I didn't want to kill him because I think I need to bring him more death roots to appease him. Maybe he couldn't smell them on me anymore because I gave him all the ones that I had. So then he attacked us. So I think I need to go back there once I find more death root. What else? Oh yeah, we explored all the underground here for the Rani stuff. We explored this. Had a nice fight with a couple of gargoyles. Went through here, you know, finally the Karen study hole. Jarberg, yeah, quite a few things. Yeah, killed Rodon. You know, we've been busy. We've been busy in the lands between. Yeah, that was part of the Kaled stuff, of course. Yeah. Yeah, no, good times, good times. And now we're underground here, chasing baleful shadows, apparently. Yeah, the Valiant Gargoyles, yeah. Which is the last thing we did. And how we got here. Oh no, never mind, never mind. That's not how we got here. The gargoyles led us to the Great Waterfall Crest in the Deep Root Depth or whatever. But we haven't explored that. I felt like I didn't want to keep exploring that way first. Hated them on my playthrough. They were okay. I had enough damage. So I was always able to kill like the first one before the second one really attacked. There were a few, you know, it didn't always work out. Like sometimes sometimes I ended up, the other one ended up engaging before I could kill them. But yeah, most of the time I was able to kill the first one before the second one engaged, so. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, this is death. Where's all this water coming from? There's no water sources up here. Probably from the sea somehow. Yes, Elan. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine how it would have been if I didn't have the damage that I had. I would have struggled a hell of a lot more, I think. Okay, I can't remember if those are... Do my weapons bounce off? No, they don't. Ow! I hate those fucking claymen. It's a poke. How are you? Yep, there it is. Shit, that's what I was afraid of. Oh my god! Oh, Jesus. See, the fucking turret thing. Oh, man, I need to hide here, I think. And then attack it. Yeah, we killed one of these here. I think it was... No, sorry, here. Actually, never mind, it might have been here. In one of these places. We killed one of these things already, and they were very annoying. I think I'm gonna go like this. Yeah, nice. What a weird creature. Holy fuck. Ool Palace Ruins. Yeah. this connects to this. Yeah, yeah. The Ool Palace is this entire area, I guess. I don't know what the Ool Palace is. I've never... It's not mentioned in the lore that we've had so far, we've discovered so far. Like, Ool Palace. Maybe it's just a part of the Eternal City, but... No, this is... No, never mind. Hold on. This is more ancient. I think... Okay, I think the Ool Palace stuff is the old ruins from the civilization that was before the Eternal City. Like the Greek, sort of Greek-looking ruins that are also around Nokron, right? I think that's like... Maybe Ool is the... Like an old civilization. Maybe it's connected to that sort of like... that dynasty... that we've heard of in Shifra River. I don't know. And maybe Ool is the name of that ancient civilization. I don't know. I'm not sure. This seems not safe. Hold on. And then if I go... I have about 5 seconds to move if I go out right after he shoots. Roughly 5 seconds. I don't know if that's enough to make it all the way over there. Let's see. Let's see if we can find more cover on the other... Oh, yeah. Okay. I think this is the goal here. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. And spade it. Bait the attack and then run to the other one. Nice. I'll grab all the items in the open field later. Oh god. Bunch of these nerds. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Oh, fuck. God, I hate those things. Look at how many of them there are. They're so annoying to fight. Unstaggerable. So slow and unpredictable. I mean, I don't understand why they're unpredictable. I don't, like, I agree with myself there. I agree with myself, that's nice. That they're unpredictable, but it doesn't make sense why they are unpredictable. Because they're so slow. But somehow it throws me off every time. God, I hate those things. So tanky. Oh. Flowers. Okay, nice. Is it attacking me here? Yep. Okay. Slow zombies over better than fast zombies. I don't know. I'm definitely having trouble with those slow enemies. I don't know why. But again, I think the speed is not actually the issue. The issue is how unstoppable they are. Like you can whack them and they're not... Their animations never stop. right? I feel like a lot of the Souls games, a lot of the way in which you win fights is because you're staggering enemies, right? You're constantly like interrupting their attacks. That's a big thing. With those, you cannot. It's not happening. Have you played the Dying Light series? I played the first one a little bit, yeah. Back when it came out. I thought it was alright. Oh my fucking god, what is this? Oh. It's just the same thing, except close range. Was that a thing? Was that good? No? I don't understand! I don't understand what I did! Oh, dude, it has a giant... Oh my god, this is disgusting. Every time I think it's a grab... Oh, this is interrupting its attack. Okay. And those things give me almost 20k souls, like 15k souls. And the gargoyles gave me like 5. Make it make sense, video game, please. This location reminds me of the Shrine of Amana. Oh yeah, I can see the resemblance with the water and all that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm assuming that's the way forward? Hold on. Where's my hammer at? What's the status of my hammer upgrade? Plus 11. Ugh. It's a little lagging behind my main weapons. Okay, there's a way down there, right? Yeah. Okay, that's a way down. All right. So we want to explore everything up here first. Even their spells are annoying. They're so slow. God, I hate... I know that they're not that dangerous, these enemies, but I hate fighting them more than anything in the game. I would rather fight a bunch of giant birds. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm fooling myself there. What's up, Kimmy? Elden Ring is a pretty good video game play, that's true. I really want to learn more about this old civilization. It really... There's something really intriguing about it. First one's better. There was some good things about the second one. Yeah. I'm not sure, Jespo. Yeah. What's up, Berloni? How are you doing? Smithing stone level 4. So for some reason in my mind, I always associate Dying Light with Dead Island. Is there a Miranda flower that I haven't seen? Oh yeah, there it is. Look at that. I always associate Dying Light with Dead Island. I don't know if the same team worked on it or whatever, or if it came out around the same time and they were both like first-person zombie RPGs, whatever. But I remember I was super excited for Dying Light. Oh. I was super excited for, for Dead Island because of the trailer. The trailer was so cool. And then it ended up being like a whole lot of nothing. And then...
Perform for me. Eliminate the name of I will not.
Dead Island, Dying Light, sorry, came out, and I played that one, and I thought that one was a lot better, like narrative-wise, and the parkour was cool, and... But yeah, I never finished it. Somehow, eventually got bored a little bit. Oh, that's a grab. I am so dead. Well, there go my 20k souls. It's not that much at this point, but... Same company made them, Techland? Okay. And then Dying Light, Dead Island 2. Jesus, I keep mixing them up. I'm telling you. Dead Island 2 is also something, right? That was released somewhat recently. I played that one on Game Pass a little bit. It was alright. I have a dream of parkouring myself, but I'm kind of too shy for it. I think shyness is a, you know... I mean, I understand that to parkour, you have to mostly be doing things out in the open, in public. But you can find, like, some old places, you know? Some places where people don't go, where you can train and practice, I guess? Maybe? I mean, I don't know much about it. I had friends who used to parkour back in the 2000s when it started becoming a big thing, but... What? Also, this thing staggers them. Ah, fuck off. I love how it's always the same. The first time you go through a place, you're doing pretty okay. If you die, then you keep dying on everything on the second passage. For some reason, you have to get it the first time or you're stuck. But yeah, the fact that this weapon can interrupt them is great. That's why I want to use this weapon on them. They're so much easier if you can just interrupt them. See? They're not a problem anymore. Love it. I wonder if I need to upgrade this weapon. Which stone are you on the lookout for? 4 and 5 still at this point. I need more 4s to upgrade my hammer. And I need some 5s for my main weapons, I think. I feel like I need to sneeze. Come on, nose. Make up your mind. Sneeze or don't. Don't make me wait. I'm getting a lot of runes just walking around this place, just picking them up on the floor. I'm gonna have to use some of these, I mean, I tend to keep my crackable runes when I actually need them for something, but I have a lot of, like, I probably have a couple of extra levels. Some consumables there. Yeah. Oh shit. No! Oh my god. The range, it's so short. Ah, fuck. Oh no, that is not what I wanted. I have a flame hammer now. Look at this. Damn, this looks cool actually. I am not against this. This is kind of cool. Put out the fire. Be safe. No. I'm just wasting my consumables. Okay, let's go around this. Oh yeah. Only the heavies interrupt. Good to know. But now the problem is, even though I can interrupt, my range is so short. So that's another problem. Okay, can't interrupt that. Oh my lord. Also, I'm fat rolling with this, which is not too much of a problem, but... Yeah, I need to have a charged attack even. Or running attack. Charge or running interrupts, not a normal one. Yeah, normal one doesn't... Oh! I think I was like probably just a couple frames away from getting killed there. I was very lucky. Yeah, I can't bat roll like this. It's not working. I'm gonna need to find more root resin. I need to find a way to farm root resin. What the fuck is that? I'm sorry. What? Madness? What the fuck is going on? Dude, I've never seen a flower do that before. Smashing down, yes, but then shaking its head like that? I've never seen any of them do that. This is new, and this is very annoying. Madness. Why do these flowers give me madness? A strange situation. Yeah, look at this shit. Stun it! Thank you! Oh, fuck. It's also extremely tanky. I'm not doing much damage to it. Oh my god, and they explode! What is going on, dude? Oh my god, I would have died if that didn't kill. Holy shit. Okay, big one's gone. Holy moly. What the fuck is this? I don't understand what madness does. It's like my character stops acting for a little bit. And something's happening to my face. Like I can see there's some, like some yellow light. But I'm not sure what it is exactly. Oh my lord, that was a situation. We got it. Whew. Running out of fire stuff, so I need to be careful there. Let me get my hammer again. Can I? Ooh, I can still fat roll with this. Okay, cool. Fast roll, sorry, mid roll, technically. For some reason, I'm very scared to attack those two. Yeah, they're in a bit of an awkward spot. I can't really run up the thing, but... Does the jumping attack stagger them? I don't know. Let's see. It does, nice. Hell yeah. Okay. So that leads back down to where we were. Like the first time we came down to this place, right? We started here. That was the well, yeah. So obviously we don't need to go down this place. I wonder if we can even go down there. Nope. Because that would have been interesting, going down there. Maybe some items on the way down, you know. Clayman ashes. Do you mean to tell me that I can use those enemies against my enemies? That sounds great. Bowed with age, these spirits are sluggish but hard to stagger. No shit. The warped remains of priests who search for revelation in service of the ancient dynasty. They employ two sorceries that produce smaller and larger bubbles. New Pokemon, yeah. Okay, hold on. What's up, Zimstang? Thank you for 37 months. That's a lot of support. A very long time. Zimstang, you will be remembered. Thank you. Appreciate you. Clayman. Served as priest in the ancient dynasty. Oh yeah, we actually already knew that for some reason. I noted that somewhere. To clarify, I think the ancient dynasty is the old Greek-looking ruins, and the Eternal City is the more modern, Gothic-looking architecture. I think that's where my head is at this point. What's up, Zint? Hope you're doing well today. Thank you so much for the support. Clayman ashes. Warped remains of priests who searched or revelation in service of the ancient dynasty. So it's interesting because there's a lot of there's definitely a lot about this game surrounding the theme of prophecy and fate and looking for answers, right, in the fate. You know, the astrologers looking into the stars for revelations about the future. Now these priests, also in the ancient dynasty, looking for we have another note that said search for oracles in their magical bubbles, right? I'm pretty sure I got one of those from one of the spells that I picked up in Shifra. So there's really a whole theme of prophecy, of looking for visions of the future among different cultures, right? Different factions. A lot of them do the same thing, which I think is an interesting note. Which it kind of makes sense. Like, I mean, even in real life history, some of that is true, right? It seems like always something like it feels very human in nature, I guess, wanting to find answers before things happen. You inform your decisions going forward and stuff. But yeah, I definitely want to learn more about that ancient dynasty and that Ul Palace. I need information. I need the game to tell me more about those. This is the destruction of that jumping attack and charge attack with that hammer is beautiful. I'm loving this so much. I'm just gonna do that against those claymen. Just gonna be jumping attacks after jumping attacks. Love it. Formic rock. I really need to find more root resin to make more fire grease. I don't know if I've ever found a spot where I could farm root resin easily. Should have taken notes about that. That's something I should have taken notes of. Good farming spot for specific ingredients. Next time I find a spot with a bunch of root resin, I'm definitely, you know, if I need to reset at the grace every time, I'm just gonna farm 100 of them, just to make sure I'm never running out. The Turtle Pope. Oh yeah, we haven't seen. I've said that I was gonna do a rounds of checking on every NPC before we get to the plateau. Right, which was at this point weeks ago because we've been so distracted with the Rani side quest and the underground stuff and all that. And like it's been a long time. But yeah, before we go to the plateau, whenever that is, we'll do a round of all the NPCs, check up on them, and make sure, you know, there's nothing to advance story-wise. Still haven't seen Melina in a long time. I think she's abandoned me at this point. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe she got jealous that I was working for Ronnie. I don't know. What's up, Rob? How are you doing today? Jode, good to see you. Oh, it's, ants again? Fire ants? You got to the tier 3 sub sound yesterday? Oh man. How good is that fucking fight? God, Returnal is such a good game. Ah! Okay, those don't care about my beast repellent. They don't care about beast repellent torches. Oh my fucking god! Am I dead? I'm not dead! Drink! You son of a bitch! See, that's what I mean. You just want to stagger them. You fight the enemy head on. You don't let them attack. They have a grab, apparently. Yeah. Oh yeah, Rob. The whole build up to that fight, the ascension, right, with the music like swelling more and more, adding layers to itself. Oh, top 10 experience in gaming of all time, right there. Definitely in the top 10 of my favorite experiences in gaming. Such perfection in creativity and execution. Ah. Nothing quite like it. Oh! Oh shit. I thought maybe I would have an... That seems unfair. Anyone else's Twitch keep pausing tonight? Oh, man. Twitch has been so all over the place. Constantly lately. I wonder... I don't know. Small streamers, man, we're getting screwed. We're not getting the bandwidth we deserve. But when some fucking big creators doing like a 7 million viewers show, not a single itch, of course. Could be coincidence. I'm not, you know. I'm not saying there's a conspiracy there. Could even be completely out of Twitch's hands. Could be just some Cloudflare bullshit. Who the fuck knows at this point? But yeah, if it's not too bad, then good. There's definitely nothing dropped on my end. I'm not dropping frames myself, so. Yeah, no, Returnal's amazing, Rob. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Captain Dax? How are you doing? I fought these guys in Grounded too. I haven't played Grounded 1. I'm actually... it's been one of those games that I've been wanting to play, but ended up just not going for it because I'm not a big fan of Obsidian, you know? But I feel like Grounded might be one that I actually vibe with. I love Honey, I Shrunk the Kids when I was a kid myself. So, you know. Hey, Captain Dax, maybe, you know, after we get it, listen, when we play together, we gotta get into Sea of Thieves. But once we get our feel of Sea of Thieves, which, who the fuck knows, could happen first, could happen fast, right? One of those things where you play for a bit and once the novelty wears out, you know, then you're like, whatever, we had a good time, moving on. Then maybe we can go through Grounded, yeah. It sounds like a good game to play in co-op, actually. So, yeah. You don't play League by any chance, Captain Dax, do you? I'm looking for friends to play League with. I have, you know, a friend and a couple associated people that I play League with, but they don't play that often. I do want to find someone to grind with, you know, really get into the thick of it. What do I play in League? Jungle. I used to be a mid main, but this time around, I came back. And I decided to go jungle. Jungle was my first love when I first started League. But then I ended up, I don't know why, but I ended up, you know, maining mid for most of my time streaming it back in the day. But yeah, jungle was my first love and I'm going back to it. and I'm really enjoying it. A good time. It's just, you know, you jungle, you're on your own, you do your thing, you know, you just, if your teammates are terrible, you just ignore them. And then they blame you. But the thing is, I'm not gonna help you if you suck. Like that would just be putting myself in danger. You know. If I feel like I can help you or whatever, right? I will. But I'm not gonna put myself in danger for your sorry ass. Definitely more of a, you know, I like the more farm heavy approach to jungling and taking the plays when they present themselves instead of chasing them. That's kind of my reactive play style, you know. I like that. What a weird. That thing is tanky as fuck. Do I need to? Oh my lord! Can't do League, takes too much investment to be good enough to have fun. Right, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, that ant in particular is very annoying because you can't just smash its head like the other ones. It seems to have like a sort of shield on the front of its head, right? Hardened shell or whatever. So I feel like I need to dodge and then get behind it. But yeah, getting back into League has been actually surprisingly fun. I didn't expect it to be that fun. I thought I would just do a few errands with a couple friends. And turns out I'm actually I'm pretty invested into learning Summoner's Rift again. I don't know if I'm gonna go hard like ranked and everything, but you know, I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now. My main champion mid was Diana, with a. I mean, you know, I've never like my main was Diana for sure. Like that was my go-to if the situation was good for it. But it's League of Legends. You have to, you know, you play a role, right? Like, and you have to. I'm sure some champions you can one-trick pony, right? But typically mid, you want to be able to counter pick and all that. I had a decent LeBlanc as well. I was really good with LeBlanc. I was pretty good with Katarina. Mostly like assassin sort of type characters. Bruisers or assassins were my go-to. Which is great because Diana is pretty good in the jungle right now, so I can still play her. But there's a couple of new champs that I've tried and reworked old champs that I've tried that I'm like, oh man, this is really fun. Like Volibear is really fun right now. It used to be boring. Warwick used to be boring, is really fun now. As far as the new ones go, I like Briar. I think Briar's fucking sick. I really want to play her a bit. Kayn wasn't out when I played. Seemed really, really fun, but hard to play. But also very, like, you know, adaptable, flexible. So yeah, Kayn, I think, could be one that I really spend a lot of time playing. I like Kayn's aesthetic. Always loved a good scythe. I always liked Trundle, so playing Trundle in the jungle is fun. Azir wasn't out when I played. In fact, I believe is the last champion that came out before I stopped. Or right after I stopped. Around the time where I stopped, Azir came out. I remember not playing against him in lane very much. Or at all. So he may have released exactly when I stopped, actually. Or but the last few months of League for me, I was mostly playing ARAMs. it's like when the the dedicated ARAM mode came out was towards the end of me playing League, so I think maybe that's why I don't remember Azir being out or whatever. But Orianna was fine. I liked Orianna. She's a little too passive for me, I feel. Oh, come on! Dude, I let go of my shield for like half a second there. Oh. And it attacked right in the middle of that. Yeah, I wouldn't... I've played a little bit of Dota back in the day, but Dota is a little too much for me. Like, it's too clunky. In a way that I know the hardcore Dota players love, right? It's that kind of clunkiness that makes the game interesting. Just like the Souls game a little bit, right? They're clunky, but it makes the game fun. Or Monster Hunter, stuff like that. But... yeah, like, Dota is a little too much for me. I think League is, for my preference, just more fun. Like, it feels smooth to play those characters. The controls are very responsive and smooth, and, you know... I think even, like, in champion design, I think League has been doing some interesting things, and the way the game just plays, and it's a bit more fast and dynamic, right? Yeah. Like, Dota obviously is a lot more in-depth, I would think, for hardcore players, but if you're just playing MOBAs for fun, right, it's gonna be a little much, I think. Oh, come on! Felt exactly the opposite? Really, Godra? Have you played League recently? Because I think League has hardcore, like, smoothened up in the past few years. It's not the same game as I used to play when I first started. So, you know, that potentially could affect our opinions also. But what's up, Aquatic? What's up, Diesel? How are you doing today? 2XKO is going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm actually kind of excited about it. I registered for the open beta, closed beta, whatever beta is supposed to happen soon. We'll see. Yeah. Lee Sin main? Ah, man, I don't like Lee Sin. Lee Sin's kit just doesn't work with my brain. I don't know why. It doesn't make... It doesn't feel smooth to me whenever I play Lee Sin. It's just... something about his skills, man. I don't know. And it's not the complexity of it, because like Hue, for instance, made perfect sense when I tried him in ARAM the other day. Aphelios makes a lot of sense to me, for instance, too, even though I don't play much ADC. If I have to play ADC, I'll play Jinx. She's simple, effective, or maybe that Caitlyn also is great. Or that new one, Nara, seems really cool. If I have to play ADC again because of flex Q or whatever. Hey, fair enough, Rob. You know, our brains all work differently, right? Yeah, Kuma. I also like. It's interesting because, and here's how I feel about it. Hear me out. I think 2XKO's roster is also a symptom of Arcane being as popular as it is. Because a lot of people got into League or learned about League or only are really exposed to League because of Arcane. they don't even really play the game. They just liked Arcane, and maybe some of them will want to play a fighting game because they're not into MOBAs, but they enjoy fighting games. But I think Arcane was one of those things where it mostly focused on the human side of League, which is fine. I understand. If you want to tell a story, it's easier to tell a story with Caitlyn, Jinx, Vi, and you know, those characters rather than Amumu and Warwick and, you know, those weird, freaky characters. I get it. I understand. But yeah, you would. I would have hoped that 2XKO would have maybe had at least a couple of like really weird League characters. Right? There's some really interesting stuff in there. It feels like League being mostly focused around its human-like characters lately is kind of a little bit of a waste of what is otherwise an interesting lore. But I get it. Again, I understand why. It's marketing. Is easier for those types of characters. That thing is so annoying to fight. Holy shit. Okay. That attack hits a lot later than you'd think. Fair enough. It's literally me in mob form. You're not wrong. No, to be me in mob form, it would need to have a scorpion's tail or something that it can attack from behind the shield. Yeah, Jode. Yeah, I haven't watched... I only watched the beginning of Season 1 of Arcane. I want to watch the rest of it. But, yeah, maybe... Who knows? Maybe Warwick somewhere in there. I don't know. But I was coming back to League after like a decade. It was really interesting to see how they changed a lot of the older champs. Not just like mechanically, because of course, you know, they refreshed a lot of older champs to make them fit the new gameplay and play style. Ah! It's 20k souls right there. God damn it. I fucking hate those things. But I'm surprised how much they changed the lore. Warwick used to be just a sort of werewolf, and now he's like an experiment. Like he has like Zon, like stuff like injected in his, you know, spine, and it's a whole thing. Yeah. Trundle used to be just a troll. Now he's like part of the what's the name of that region again? The Frost region. Freljord has is all part of that now. That didn't used to be the case. Yeah, it's interesting to see how they've sort of retconned their lore to sort of fit a more straightforward fantasy narrative, science fantasy narrative. That attack is so annoying. It's up, Trim. Because yeah, the old League lore was that all the players were playing summoners, and the summoners, like, it was a whole thing in this world where summoners would summon champions in an arena to have them fight, and that would be how they resolved political conflict in Runeterra, right? So the champions would mostly seek glory or money or whatever, pretty simplistic motivations, and the summoners were really like the core of the narrative. Obviously, at some point they were like, well, there's a franchise there that we can create stories around and all that, but we need like a more straightforward science fantasy story. So they, you know, they removed all the summoner aspect of it, and it just became characters having their own motivations and actually living in this world where, you know, more normal fantasy stories would happen. Which then makes the fact that they're fighting in an arena kind of illogical. Like, it doesn't really... I don't know how that's explained in the lore. I don't think it is. It's just, you know, they sort of... You sort of ignore that aspect of it, right? But yeah. Yeah, it's still called Summoner's Rift, and you still have summoner spells, and the players are still called summoners. I think that's the trick. The players are still the summoners. But it's not part of the lore's canon anymore, right? Yeah, don't think too much about it. It's just about buying more skins, right? Hey, listen, I'm looking at some of those skins. It's interesting because back in the day when I was playing, I was really intense about I wanted a skin for every champ. And I had. Every champ that released before I stopped, I had a skin for them. At least one. Because I would play a lot of champions. I would play a lot of roles because I was streaming the game, you know, at the time, 2012, 2013. And then I would play a lot of ARAMs, so I could get any champion. I wanted to have a skin to express myself. And I had, you know, a teacher's salary at the time. I could afford skins. And now I'm coming back to the game and I'm like, all those skins look kind of weird to me. I just want to play the original design of the character because it feels so much better. The original design, it always feels like it's meant to be. It fits the fantasy of the character. And the skins sort of feel like the characters are wearing a Halloween costume, which is kind of weird. So I'm like, I completely changed my tune on that, and now I'm just like, I'm using, even for the champs that I have several skins for, some of them I have a few, I'm just playing the default appearance now. I completely changed my tune there. It's kind of funny. How much money did you drop? Probably around 2K at the time, I would say. Which was, you know, it's a couple weeks. It was less than a couple weeks salary for me at the time, right? When I was teaching, so. God damn it! Yeah, Captain Dax, yeah. That is not the case for League. Technically, I think the League stuff is... I don't know if there's like a multiverse sort of explanation to it. But yeah, no, the League stuff goes all over the place. Yeah, around 2K, I would say, yeah. Over the course of like 4 years that I played it, yeah. But yeah, so it was, one of the things is, it was not just skins. Like, I would buy champions with money. So I just wanted to accumulate those, that free currency you were gaining. And here's the funny thing. I came back to the game 10 years later, and I had more than enough of the free currency you earn to buy all the champs that released since. There were like 40 of them that released since I stopped. I was able to buy all of them instantly with and I have still left over. Like, I still have enough to buy like the next 10 champs. And obviously if I keep playing the game, which I don't know if I will, but if I keep playing the game, I will gain enough currency to then buy everything that comes out, right? By the time the next champ comes out. Because the releases of new champs right now is so slow compared to the old days. Like, in the old days, you would get a new champ like every 2 months or something. Now it's like once a year, or like, you know, once or twice a year, it seems. So very different approach. So yeah, I don't necessarily regret my choices back in the day to keep all that free, like that currency you accumulate by playing the game. Because it just allowed me to get every champ, you know. Now coming back to it, so that was good. What's up, Timmy? How are you doing today? Yeah, I got World Cup Riven from Season 2. You know? I also have Pax Jax, Pax Sivir from these old days. Because, you know, I was streaming the game and people were like, hey, do you want a Pax skin? I have one from Pax when I went. I was using it. I have an extra. I'm like, oh, sure. I love Pax Jax. Pax Jax might legit be the only skin that I'm gonna keep using if I play Jax. What's up, Infamous? Hitting people with a cardboard tube is just feels good. Yeah, right, Jordan. The the academy stuff, like the I don't know how it's called again, but like the Champions Academy or whatever. I think that's part of like a sort of alternative universe fiction type thing, where they all go to school and everything. Which, don't get me wrong, I think it's a cool aesthetic. It's just doesn't make me want to play them. What's up, Infamous? Timmy, are you still playing the game? Should we play some games together, Timmy? Got enough salt in your diet? Fair enough. Gonna get old champs if you have Game Pass Ultimate and link your league account. Yeah, but I don't want to have to pay a subscription for League of Legends. I mean, obviously, if you have the Game Pass stuff and you are using it anyway, whatever, right? But I'm just glad to have every champ unlocked just as a baseline. I'm dead. Oh my god, thanks for my fucking bubble. Holy fuck, dude. This ant is my nightmare right now. I do not understand how to beat that thing. It's absolutely kicking my ass. Yeah, see, I can't attack it from the front. I need to go behind it. It is so slow! All its attacks are so freaking delayed. Even when it jumps in the air, it stops in the air for like half a second and then it falls. My knowledge of physics makes me a worst Elden Ring player. Yeah, I noticed that, Infamous. I didn't realize that was a thing, which is kind of cool, honestly. But yeah, like I said, like when I don't know if you heard, but yeah, when I came back to the game recently and I had so much currency left over from back in the day, like the one that I just got by playing the game, right? That I was able to buy like the 40 champs that released since I stopped instantly, and I still have a lot left over, so. You know. But I mean, there's nothing to spend that currency on anymore, as far as I can tell, so. I kind of wish you could buy skins with it, but I understand why they don't want that. Star Guardian stuff, yeah. And then there's all the K-pop stuff, of course. Big tie-in with, what's that fake band named again? With the few ladies with feet. I was already not playing anymore by the time that was a thing, so. I mean, if I could keep all my runes, I wouldn't mind dying over and over again here if I was keeping my runes, but I'm not. I keep getting demolished. And losing my runes. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind. I would be up to like 60k at this point. Yeah, Salachi. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Like, they clearly have experts going all over that stuff. Like, it's, you know, little fucking marketing geniuses. And just, it's a perfected science at this point. They have so much data for all that stuff, you know, from like the mobile games and all that. Oh, I'm in the pocket! God, I hate this thing! Die! Thank you! Oh, jeez. It's even called Let's Go Whaling. Interesting, yeah. What's up, Killer Grunt? How are you doing today? Yeah, the big fucking ant got defeated. Jeez! They every so often do a blue essence sale where you can spend blue essence on skin with colors. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. What the fuck? Yeah. Where's your god now? Okay. I don't know what this guy's doing, but let's kill him before he does it again. It's a Perkin. How are you doing? He's doing the Titanic alone. Okay, that's funny. Okay, so that was the section we explored last time we were down here. Yeah. And I was wondering how to get up here. Now I know. Wait. Huh. Maybe I don't. I can't get up here. What? More layers? Oh, boy. Okay, it feels like if I go down here... If I go down here, is that... I can't remember if I was able to explore this level last time I was here or not. Let's try to look for a hint. No, there's a chest there. I'm not. Okay. I'm just not sure this ledge is how you get there. Hold on, let me inspect before jumping down like an idiot. So if I jump down here, then go there. Okay, that's the way. Okay. Let's do that. It's clearly the main way forward's down here, I'm assuming, right? Leading to this entire area here. So this feels like a side little nook. I just want to make sure I go over it. Almost able to get the item. Hold on. Ah, you need to be stopped. Okay. Oh, there we go. What's up, Asterisk? How are you doing today? Wuchang pisses me off right now. Yeah, Barrakin. Difficulty or problems with the game? There's a lot of T-posing NPCs in Cyberpunk. I don't remember seeing that happen in my personal playthrough, but I played the game much later, right? Lots of updates. But yeah, I don't think I remember them T-posing for me. Why were they T-posing for you and not for me? Was I not worth it? Did I not deserve T-posing? There you go, some light. Alright, please don't be a teleporter or some fucking shenanigans. Thank you. The Wing of Astel. Astel? Wing of Astel. Sword fashioned from a delicate wing suffused with the magic of the stars. Strong attack unleashes a wave of enchanted light. Crafted from a relic of the natural born of the void, who is said to have assailed the Eternal City. Unique skill Nebula. Imbue the natural born's wings with magic to send forth a dark cloud of stars that lingers briefly before exploding. Family? Yeah. The natural born of the void. It's just a distant cousin, Rasta. So Nokron, what was the other Noxtella? I think was the other twin Eternal City. Astel. So is Astel the natural born of the void? Is like wing of Astel, crafted from a relic of the natural born of the void. Natural born's wings, yeah. Natural born of the void. Said to have assailed the Eternal City. Apparently had wings. Suffused with the magic of the stars. So I wonder, because obviously we know that the Eternal City was fascinated by the stars, and you know, like they had even like a fake sky or whatever, fake night, a dark moon. Like there was a whole lot of stuff in here. And then something happened with the dark moon. What was it again? A black moon hung over the Eternal City, which might not exist. No, that was the ruins. But we found it. That's not true. This note is not true anymore. But I like keeping the chronology of our thoughts, right? What happened to the Eternal City? What despair? Why? The despair that brought its ruins. Eternal darkness. Maybe there's a link there. What brought ruin to the Eternal City? Astel, the natural born of the void. The link between the void and darkness obviously is obvious. Obviously is obvious. Don't mind my language. Is that what brought ruin to the Eternal City? Eternal darkness link with the eternal darkness sorcery? Let me check the description of the eternal darkness sorcery again. Originally a lost sorcery of the Eternal City, the despair that brought about its ruin made manifest. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Like, tell me the fucking icon doesn't look like some cosmic, you know, passage with like a black hole from the void. Maybe Astel, natural born of the void, came through that black hole, which... What if that was the black moon, right? What if that is the black moon? That they thought, you know, oh, there's a black moon in our sky, but it was actually like sort of a black hole, like a portal through the void. And then the natural born of the void came through that and brought ruin to the city. I like that. That seems okay. Potential link, potential theory. The Eternal Darkness spell shows a sort of black hole on a cosmic backdrop. What if that was the black moon? In the Eternal City's sky. And eventually, Astel came out of it, bringing ruin and destruction with it. Evo News, Lucy from Cyberpunk's coming to Strive? Guilty Gear Strive? Huh. Interesting. Strive is doing so bad that they're doing collabs now? No, I understand. It's the end of the game's life cycle, probably. So they want to, you know, milking a little bit of what they can. Every other game's just doing it from the get-go at this point. Because why not, right? Yeah, I'm curious. I know we get an Armor King trailer in Tekken 8 later tonight. I'm excited for that. I'm excited to watch Top 8 after my stream and get an Armor King trailer. And hopefully a teaser to what the next character is going to be. Because it's a new character. It's going to be a brand new character. What they said. But anyway. Astel, natural born of the void. Okay, no, I mean, that's an interesting theory there. I like that. I don't know if I'm correct, but I like the sound of it. I think all the cosmic, sort of almost cosmic horror aspect of Elden Ring, just kind of reminiscent of Bloodborne a little bit. Man, I can't wait to fucking play through Bloodborne again and really dig deep into the lore like I've never done before with the notes and everything. That's gonna be so fucking cool. But yeah, all those aspects of like almost cosmic horror in Elden Ring are pretty damn cool, I will say. It's an interesting take on the more typical. Okay. It's just part of the heavy attack. You don't even need FP for that. That's so cool. Holy shit. It's so loud too. Yeah, I don't have the intelligence to use the skill, unfortunately. Yes, Alachi. Well, you know what? I love my slabs of iron. I'm a big fan. Big piece of metal around me, big piece of metal in my hands, and I'm good to go. That's the life I've chosen for myself. But we'll see. Later in the playthrough, maybe we'll, depending on how the story goes and everything, maybe my character will have a bit of, you know, after acquiring more insight about the mysteries of the cosmos and everything, maybe my character will start being interested in dabbling into more magical, mystical stuff. Who knows? Why did I get a change of location here? That's kind of weird. Said big piss. Are you making fun of my accent? That is not very cool. I'm not actually mad. I'm just using my microphone to get the upper hand in the conversation. Okay, cool. That was neat. I get beach and bitch wrong half the time, which is worse. Yeah. Beach. Bitch. I mean, it's a hard one. There's another one I remember. We had a conversation, I think, on stream about that. Which I remember sort of the conclusion was that there was no way of telling the difference. It literally sounded the same and that's it. I don't remember what it was. English has a lot of those. Yeah, but that one was particularly bad because of the two different meanings of the word. I don't remember. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Hell of a lot of those bodies down there. I'm still very intrigued about what all those bodies are. Are those maybe the bodies of the people who used to live in the Eternal City? And then, you know, Astel showed up, the ruin and destruction of the Eternal City happened, and now it's, you know, I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of we've talked about that the first time I was down there. There's so many like coffins and corpses, and I have to wonder where they all came from. Did they come down from those like waterfalls, which could be coming all the way from like the upper plateau? Maybe, I don't know. Was there a purge somewhere and they just dropped everything down there? I don't know. I do want to believe that it has meaning in the lore. Seeing all those corpses and everything here. But I'm not sure if I'm connecting the dots yet. What's up, Monivita? How are you doing today? Homophones are a problem. Homophobes too. Yeah. Yep. Those two things. Oh my god. Oh. Holy fuck. There's another... Yep. I'm assuming this is the other half of the Eternal City, the sister city of Noxtella. Because it's the exact same architecture as Nokron. Damn. Alright. What's up, Costa? How are you doing today? Well, I am excited. Man, this game is... It's just crazy the amount of exploration and adventure we found, even though it's been, at this point, over a month since we've uncovered new land, right? Like, we haven't uncovered new land in over a month. We've been exploring Liurnia for a long time. We properly went back to Caelid and Dragon Barrow, but we already had been, you know, escaped through there a couple times in the early game. So we haven't uncovered new land for like a month, and yet keep exploring new things. Some of that stuff's underground, and I don't know, that what a massive video game. It actually blows my mind that they managed to make a world that big in basically what amounts to probably like a few years of development, right? Because I would assume, I mean, I don't know how the development worked. I don't know if they started working on this after Dark Souls 3 and then Sekiro was like a side project, or if they started working on this after Sekiro, but in which case that would mean that the game was developed in like 3 years, which is kind of crazy. Obviously a lot of reused assets, both from like older games and, you know, in the game itself, there's a lot of repeated assets, but like even then, like that's a lot of game to create. What an incredible feat to make this even in like 5 years. Full of melancholic beauty, yeah. Yeah, I always mention the same thing, but these places always make me think of like the Neverending Story and old school fantasy like that. I don't know, it has like that old school fantasy picturesque nature to it. Development started in 2017, so after Dark Souls 3, yeah. And I'm assuming they were developing Sekiro with a slightly different team. Obviously there's overlap, right, probably. They don't work on all the parts of the game at the same time. They can work on several games at once, but Oh, we have a Grace. Nice. They got Jackson instead of Alex Garland. The Elden Ring movie would be one of 9. Which people will tell you would have been better. If you listen to people's narrative about the Elden Ring movie right now, they will tell you that, oh, yeah, they should make it like a, you know, a bigger series or TV show or something, because there's so much of story to tell. That's not the point. And I think, personally, I truly believe that the only way the Elden Ring movie has a chance of being decent is that they don't try to cover too much of the story. They take a small-scale story in this world, maybe one that's not even in the game, and they just create a nice, well-put-together movie. That's it. We'll see. Needs to be mostly self-contained. Tons of lore that can do that. Yeah, I mean, it's okay if you can feel that there's a bigger world there. That's nice in a story, right? When you feel like the world and the story is bigger than what you get. But the story itself needs to be, you know, obviously a limited amount of scope. If you're gonna do one movie, right? It can't be about the whole story of Elden Ring. It needs to be about one character, one specific theme and story, and focus on that. Which is why I would like them to do an original character in this world. I think that would be interesting. Something that the game hasn't touched on, you know. We'll see. It wasn't Peter Jackson's idea to stretch The Hobbit into 3 movies. Oh yeah, was it like a studio decision? I mean, could he not have like not taken the gig? Could Peter Jackson not have said, "Listen, I am not doing this," if he didn't believe in it? Or I don't know. I don't know much about the Hobbit's production situation. I just know that I didn't like the movies too much. But I mean, they were okay. They were fun. They didn't have like the sort of timeless feel that the trilogy, Lord of the Rings trilogy had. Like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, you know, whether you like it or not, which is a preference thing. I feel like those movies would never age. Well, maybe not never, but you know, they'll still look great and feel great 20 years from now. Classics, right? I feel like The Hobbit is much more of a product of its time. It's like Jurassic Park versus the Jurassic World stuff, right? Like, obviously Jurassic Park has aged a little bit, but it still looks fucking amazing. Timeless. Wasn't even going to direct the movies in the first place. They brought him in late to salvage the project. Okay. I'm sure they used the big money. Hey, if he gets his bag, I'm all about it. Get your bag, sir. I get it. If I could get a big bag and never have to worry about my finances ever again, believe me, I would. Oh, talk to Ronnie. Okay. I will. That one book that is shorter than good Lord of the Ring books made it to the movie. It's crazy with stretching it out. Yeah. Which I don't think is necessarily a problem. Listen, an adaptation is an adaptation. It's not, let's make the exact same thing as the book in movie form. Adapting means you take the source material and you adapt it to make it work for the medium you're transferring it to, right? Adapting it to. In fact, I can often be heard on this channel saying that people are too intense about their adaptations. Oh, it needs to look like the same character. It needs to look like the same world or whatever. No. It's an adaptation. It's okay if it's not one for one. It's okay if the characters don't look the same. It's okay if the characters are different than they are in the source material. All that is fine. Because every medium has different requirements. You can't have the same character work in a book, in a video game, and in a movie. Some do, but sometimes it doesn't, right? You have to do what's best to serve the medium you're working with. So I don't think it's necessarily stupid to think of expanding on the source material. Namely, my favorite TV show of all time, The Leftovers, greatly expands on the book. The book is pretty much season 1, then there's 2 more seasons in the show. And it's fucking amazing. What they've expanded on is better than the source material, arguably. And so I don't think it's a problem by default, right? I don't think it's necessarily, you know, I don't think it's bad to take The Hobbit and be like, okay, we're gonna expand on this and make it 3 movies. If the movies were actually good, if the script had been amazing, the directing amazing, the effects amazing, the acting amazing, and those movies came out just as good as the original trilogy, nobody would have complained about them being extended. The issue is the quality. The issue is that the quality is not there. And so obviously you search for reasons. But I will argue that the fact that they've expanded on the original story is not the reason why those movies didn't land very well. I would argue that expanding was not the problem. They weren't very good movies, that's it. The script weren't very good. The effects weren't very good. The directing was not, you know, and that's it. What's up, Blairy? How are you doing? The Hobbit was going to be 2 movies by Del Toro. Could have been cool. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see what would have happened there. For some reason, my brother-in-law is very mad about Snape being black in Harry Potter. I'm just mad they made a reboot. Yeah, I mean, what if I think there's something interesting here, because nothing about the character of Snape requires him to be a white dude, right? His race, skin color has nothing to do with his character. Obviously, you can't, you know. Then people of bad faith are gonna argue like, oh well, what if we made Black Panther a white guy? No, that's not the same. Race is essential to the character of Black Panther. It's the whole thing about, you know, the place he comes from and the whole black experience and all that. You know, completely not comparable. But people of bad faith will bring that argument, obviously. But yeah, I mean, Snape being black doesn't change anything about his character. It's just, you know, as Dax said, it might even make it more interesting with, you know, I mean, that's not what Dax said, but I'm thinking it might make it even more interesting, considering, you know, the James Potter and his friends picking on him and all that, you know. I think there's an interesting, maybe that's a layer that they can explore that could make Harry Potter more interesting. Thematically speaking, there's potential for it to be more interesting than the original here, right? Which is why I'm like, you know, this is not a bad way to go, maybe, for an adaptation. Who knows? What's up, Nibiru? How are you doing today? Yeah, TV show, yeah. So, worst movie adaptation of any book I've ever seen was Aragon. I mean, the books were pretty bad. I'm sorry, I'm gonna hurt some feelings, but I thought Aragon was garbage, the books. So, I'm not too surprised that the movies weren't great. Can't capture lightning twice, simple as. I don't know if that's true. We've seen it happen. But it's hard, I agree. I think listen, the biggest factor for me when it comes to The Hobbit is the investment they put into making Lord of the Rings trilogy was almost unprecedented in movie history, right? The way they invested into making all the practical effects, the models, the equipment for all the characters and the armies. They had a dude making chainmail for like 2 years as his main job. Like creating like actual chainmail for all the fucking extras in the battles and all that. Most of the most of the effects were made with models, like actual models. So like real practical effects, right? All the crew for like however many years they did the shooting, filming all 3 movies at once. Like it was such a massive, crazy expensive endeavor. I feel like the main issue with The Hobbit is that they did not want to spend that much money anymore, because they knew they were going to make a boatload of money by going cheaper on the production aspect of things, and it would still sell like hotcakes, right? And so they did. Different, it came out at a different time, probably different economic time, right? I'm not sure if my dates are correct, but I'm pretty sure The Hobbit was post financial crisis, right? So yeah, 2012. So the studios were most likely looking for safer, investments and all that. Because every industry got suffered from the consequences of the 2008 and all that. So all those aspects played into them making a cheaper series of movies, right? And I think that's the main reason why those movies weren't as good as the original trilogy. It's just a matter of the amount of investment that was put into it, and care and attention, and all those things that go with the extra money, right? Didn't someone find that of the 8 Harry Potter movie, only 5 minutes of all of those films feature a black person? I didn't think about that. One of the kids, right? That the Quidditch kids, like the commentator, is black, I think, at least. Yeah, I never really looked at it through this prism, but it wouldn't surprise me. What's up, Glegor? I enjoyed Eragon for what it was. The movie just contradicted so much of the first and second book that was out at the time. They made the story impossible to continue. Yeah. The behind the scene of Lord of the Rings almost better than the movie itself. Yeah, I had like the extended edition of the DVD, right? And you have all those appendixes with it. Man, it was so much fun to watch that stuff. Like the whole mini documentary about like the crew and the cast, right? Man, watching that when I was in my, I don't know, early 20s at the time, I think. I was like, dude, I want to work on a movie set. That shit looks fucking amazing. And obviously, they show you like the good parts of it, right? But yeah. Eragon was just Star Wars, but fantasy instead of sci-fi, almost 1-to-1. What's up, Zachariel? Yeah, I mean, a lot of stories are basically retelling the same stuff, right? Star Wars is just what was it, the movie that Lucas took inspiration from? It was based on like a Chinese movie, I think, or Japanese classic, which is basically sci-fi version of Hidden Fortress. Yeah, basically a sci-fi version of something else. Hidden Fortress, yeah, 1958 Kurosawa movie. Yeah. It was basically a sci-fi version of that, right? So I mean, that's not too much of an issue, I don't think. But at the end of the day, it's just about the quality, right? Not really the idea. Quality of execution. Apocalypse Now, where the documentary is better than the actual movie. The prosthetics work for goblins, orcs, and urks. Yeah. I mean, it's all practical effect. That's one of the reasons why sort of Jurassic Park aged pretty well, right? Everything that's practical will age a lot better than full-on CGI bullshit. Like, look at the Star Wars prequels that were kind of like came out when CGI started becoming like more of a thing. Those things did not age well, some of them. And that was like top of the line, super high, you know, expensive stuff. What's up, Dixar? I don't know if I said hi twice, but it's you. Yeah, no, I mean, inspiration's totally fine. Nothing happens in a vacuum. Aren't Jurassic Park dinosaurs CGI? It's a mix, I think. Animatronics with some CGI touch-ups. Some of them were purely CGI, I think, like the far distant shots from, like, you know, the park when you first get there. I think those were pure CGI, but they hit it pretty well behind, you know, the distance and everything. But everything that's close up, I think, were animatronics, yeah. Practical effects. Interesting, Salachi. I didn't know that about the Dune stuff. Big battle scenes in Lord of the Rings are also CGI. Yeah, I think as far as I remember, they had like a bunch of extras for like the close-up scenes and all that, and then every time you need more scale, they would like CGI add bulk to the troops and all that, which I think is a, you know, pretty decent way of doing it. Clearly, it looks amazing. Yeah. And same with a lot of the locations, right? It would be like models, and then they would add CGI to it. Which in many ways is the same way Christopher Nolan does his movies, right? Actual practical effects with then CGI sort of after effects and all that. Golem CGI, yeah. Yeah. Looks good, though. Even for like 20 years later, Golem CGI still look. You can tell it's aged a little bit, but it still looks pretty damn good. They did really well with the lighting and everything. Lighting to make it look real. Yeah. No, impressive stuff. But yeah, it shows that, you know, with the proper care and investment, you can have 20-year-old movies still holding up, even despite the advancement of technology and all that. It's an impressive work of art for sure. Alright, let's talk to Ronnie after this whole conversation about Lord of the Rings. Come on, Ronnie. Talk to me.
Let us speak of the past a while. I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casted it away. I would not be controlled by that thing. The two fingers and I have been cursing each other ever since, and the baleful shadows are their assassins.
Oh. Also, holy shit, the lore drop. I'm gonna have to go over that a couple times.
I turned my back on the two fingers, and we have each been cursing the other since. The baleful shadows are their assassins. I turn the baleful.
Okay. All right. Let's go over this. Let's open it up.
Let us speak of the past a while. I was once
an Empyrean. Okay, we were finally learning a little bit more about the Empyreans. Let's see. I can already take a note there about Blythe. Was assigned to Rani as a vassal to her Empyrean status. Told me a bit about her past. She was once an Empyrean. Only her, Mikula and Malenia?
Of the demigods. Only I, Mikula, and Malenia could claim that.
Okay, of the demigods though, Malenia could claim that title. Oh, you can see the notes, my bad. Let me bring them up. Of the demigods, at least. Does that mean there are more that aren't demigods?
Title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers.
So, each of us were chosen by our own two fingers. Does that mean there are more than one two fingers? Yeah, Zach. I don't know. I'm not. I've never been huge on Aragon, but I certainly don't remember Luke finding a dragon egg. If you know what I mean. So there's clearly differences, you know. But I understand what you mean in essence. I just think that the line between taking inspiration and straight up copying is a little different. Sorry, the line is a little... It's hard to determine where it is, right? And at the end of the day, I just, you know... Dude wrote Aragon when he was like a kid. He was legit a kid. And he made a fortune with it. Good for him. Even though I hated Aragon, respect. Each of us were chosen by our own two fingers. Okay. They were chosen by the two fingers. Apparently, there are more than one? One pair? To succeed America and become the new god of the coming age. That is interesting. I wonder if this is the definition of an Empyrean. Someone who's, you know, chosen to become a potentially a god, right? I don't know. I've never seen any Lilo and Stitch. Should I start with the live action one? No. Watch the original movie, and that's it. Stop there. I don't know. I don't know what the live action one is. About. I don't know if it's good or... The original is... I've only seen it once a while back, but it was good. I enjoyed it. One of the better ones, I would say. Is it time to open the window? It is time to open the window. As soon as I'm done with my notes, I'm opening the window.
As a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Imperium.
Okay. That's when Blythe was... Hey, Naz, what's up? Is given to her... in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean. That's an interesting phrase, way to phrase it. They made Blythe tailored for an Empyrean.
But I would not acquiesce to the two-finger controlled by that.
Yeah. But she refused to be controlled by the two fingers. And so rebelled against it, and they've been cursing each other since. I guess that's the essence.
The two fingers and I have been cursing each other ever since, and the baleful shadows are their assassins.
Oh yeah, that's a good note. So the two fingers sent the baleful shadows to assassinate her. Hence why she wants me to clear the way, I guess, for her. Excellent. Yo, Onyx, how are you doing today? Or Electra, I should say. I don't know. Electra, Onyx? I think Electra sounds more like a name. Either or. Where are the two fingers? Oh, round table, I guess. The two fingers. Okay. Ronnie said something about her, Mikela, and Melania being chosen by their own two fingers. Is the implication that there are more than one? I don't know, it could be like a form, like a phrasing that I'm not fully understanding. Or it could mean that there's more than one. Maybe there's the greater will is represented by several two fingers at different times or different locations, or unsure if it's just a form that I don't get, or if there's something there. And also, I want to check on the Empyrean notes. Where is it? Empyrean, here. Thanks to Mikela and Rani. Apparently could be a name for those chosen by the two fingers / greater will to become successors, become the next god, like Marika was. But so I'm unsure, because you know there's that mention by EG of Rani is following the dark path of the Empyrean. Let me dark path as a way to access the dark path of the Empyrean. Shows the dark path of the Empyrean. Lady Rani renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean. Will allow her to tread the dark path of the Empyrean. So, is it like a... Okay, typically the Empyrean would become a god of the greater will and the two fingers, right? So maybe the dark path of the Empyrean is trying to use that power for something else, become the god of something different? Then I'm not sure what the dark path is. Using the power of being an Empyrean, but to pursue another how to phrase that? To pursue another type of divinity, become the god of something different. Interesting. What I'm getting from this, though, I will say, is that the two fingers are not very peaceful. Having a bunch of assassins, killing those that, you know, stand against them. Crepus, assassin at the service of the two fingers. Oh, was he a baleful shadow then? Is that what happened there? We know they used tarnished as well, right? To be assassins for them, but I don't know. It's a lot of lore, and I'm not fully connecting all the dots yet. We'll have to find more information. And then go over all those notes at some point. Bring it all together if we can. Anyway, I'm quickly gonna go open my window. What's up, Mrs. Eagle Eye? My Eagle Eye, sorry. What's up, UC Top? I'm gonna quickly go open my window and then we'll continue exploring Noxtella, the Eternal City. I'm excited. Have a couple more, about an hour and a half more to go. Exciting stuff. I'll be right back. 30 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for being here. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I was going to stay, but now I am leaving. Fair enough, Naz. I mean, if you have that much of a problem with authority. I do. That, fair enough. Wait. Oh my god. It's those priestesses with the flowing weapons. Riding on ants. Why can I not ride an ant instead of the fucking cow that I was given? That's very bright. Oh man, I love how this looks. This is really cool. All bright leaves and all that. I won't stand for Torrent's slander. Listen, Torrent is fine. But riding a spider, an ant to battle? Come on. I just tend to not want to do things I am told to do. Do not, Nasrallah, do not gift a sub to this channel right now. I order you to not gift a sub to this channel. That's wrong. I trust you as a friend, I won't. Convenient. Yeah. That is mighty convenient. Also, trusting me as a friend, that sounds like a terrible, terrible mistake, but you do you, you know. Yo, Sylvan Shade, thank you for gifting us. See? Here's someone who gets it. Sylvan Shade, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the channel. 5 total, I appreciate it. Grimspace got it. Hey, love Grimspace. Cool dude. Also streamer on twitch.tv/Grimspace8. Fantastic, fantastic lad. And Thurlow, thank you for gifting a subscription to Nasrallah. 8 total gifted subs. Thank you, Thurlow. I hope you've been well. Good to see you again. There you go, Naz. You can keep freeloading. Which, I'm not saying that as a criticism. I do the same on your channel. I have never personally bought a subscription to twitch.tv/Nasrallah myself. I was always gifted. And I've been subbed for the better part of the last 3 years. More at this point. 5 years. Wait, have we known each other for 5 years? This is terrifying. Not quite. September, right? September 2020, I think. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've been following you since September 2020. Yep. Okay. I've been following you since September 9th of 2020. I can't even. Man. 5 years almost. What? Why were you following me that early? I mean, I guess I did like the French writing streams for a little bit there, but crazy. Crazy. This place is really interesting. There's a secret unlockable gate up here. What the fuck is going on here? Electricity. Yeah, the Bloodborne. I briefly dabbled into doing Deathless Bloodborne. That's true. Inspired by you. That didn't last very long. I definitely wasn't cut for challenge running. I was bored. I don't know how you do it. Smart. I am, however, extremely looking forward to doing a deep lore dive in Bloodborne. Most likely next year, I would say. That should be interesting. Yeah, Kuma. Man, I've been some streamers I've been following for like 15 years. Almost. 2011, some of them. Silver Tier Usk. More of that, okay. Some of it made its way all the way here. I love that those enemies were in Celia were bosses, and now we're just like demolishing them in these areas as basic enemies. It's kind of a cool way to, again, like I think Dark Souls 1 does the same thing with like the Taurus Demon and Capra Demon, right? Which I always thought was a clever way of making you feel a sense of progression. Those enemies that once caused you so much trouble and now they're just basically fodder. I mean, I'm saying that and I'm getting absolutely demolished right now, but we're just gonna ignore that part for a little bit. I would like to not be stuck against that wall, please! Okay, let's regroup for a second there. Alright, now I want to fight. Great. I'm doing great. Yeah! Drawstring Holy Grease. I hate that the walls only count for the player and not for the enemies. That is such a big annoyance. I mean, some of them sometimes do for enemies, like some of the bigger enemies get like clipped against walls. But the fact that you all, like your weapon's gonna bounce so easily against those walls, and yet the enemies are just swinging all through them in general is so annoying. Ugh. And the S3 counts for enemies in the wall. I'm not sure about that. There's a very, in fact, there's a very famous clip of Nasrallah getting absolutely sniped through a wall in Dark Souls 3. I think it really depends on the sort of, like in this game, it depends on the situation, but it's not very reliable, I guess. Oh, well, no, that's what I mean, though. You can sometimes clip as the player in the S3. Right, right. I mean, so can you in this one, but it's just, it... I mean, did they increase the hitting, the wall hitting in Elden Ring compared to Dark Souls 3? Because I know, like, in Demon Souls, for instance, that shit was intense as fuck. You could not swing a sword near a wall at all. Like, it would literally just not work. And then DS1, I think, was a little bit more lenient than DS2, than DS3 even more. Bloodborne was very lenient as well. Like, you can pretty much, like, swing right next to the wall like that, and it just goes through it, right? So I don't know if in Elden Ring they made it a bit more aggressive again. Like this, for instance, like, okay, bounces. This in Demon Souls never would have worked. That shit would have bounced hard in Demon Souls. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Feels like they're going a little bit back and forth on the tuning of those things. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played DS3 since when did I play it on stream? End of 2022? Was it? Yeah, October. I think it was like fall 2022 was when I played DS3 on stream. It was a good time. Loved that game. The DLCs in particular were fantastic. DS3 has a seamless co-op mod right now. Yeah, I've only played the first Demon Souls in co-op because I got the game with a friend at the time. We didn't know what we were getting into, and so we just played it together. Otherwise, I've always played those games solo. Not sure what the experience in co-op would be like for me. Ugh. I think my problem is who would play with someone like me in a game like that. People would go crazy because I would take so long for everything. No one's saying, yeah, no, for sure. It would take me It would take me an eternity to go through an area because I want to look at every fucking little nook and cranny. And I mean, now that, you know, if I was to play like, if Nazrala, if you and I ever did a Souls game in co-op, not only would you carry my ass, but I think I would be able to just not look at everything because I've played them in depth before, right? I wouldn't have to stop for every item. Wake me up when you're done. I'm going to take a nap. Is that's us playing together? Yeah. I mean, you would be done. You would finish the game, and I would still be reading items in the first area. Is what would happen. That's the likely scenario. I mean, shit, you could, in the time I've already played Elden Ring, which is 305 hours, you could finish Elden Ring, what, like 300 times? That's a lot of finishing Elden Ring. Those are normal snails. Not like crystal snails we've seen before, just normal ones. Huh. That's interesting. I'm assuming those are the original animals that eventually got corrupted by the glintstone and turned into those weird glintstone snails. Okay, this place has a lot of different passages. How do I even start approaching this? There's a whole thing that goes there. This feels like a bus arena for some reason. Yeah, let's check the actual upper areas first, I think. Hi-ya! Oh, that was neat. Oh no! Hold on! Don't die, not now. I'm finally making some progress. I need to feel like the bottom part is complete. This way, then I can, even if I die, I can just go upstairs. I don't care. My shield is starting to fail me. I feel like the shield's losing a little bit of its efficacy at this point. Or maybe I'm just bad today. I'm tired. I don't know. Right, yeah, Electro, I get that. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? That's why for me I can't, at least not on a like a first or in-depth playthrough. I can't see myself playing those games with someone else because I have my own pace, and even when I'm not, you know, you might think it's like a stream thing. Even when I'm off stream, I'm taking just as much time. Obviously, I don't have the conversations with chat. But instead, I'll just be like watching a stream and talking in that chat, right? And just playing the game still at the same sort of overall pace. So yeah, I can't. For me, playing games with other people involves mostly playing like online games with PvP aspects, right? Because then you're sort of following the pace of the game, right? In fact, I'm looking for people to play League of Legends with, so, you know. Nobody plays League of Legends anymore, and I'm finally returning to it. Stop trying to ruin people's lives. Listen. People are responsible for their own lives. Most people's lives are already ruined. So at this point, whatever, right? When I do a first playthrough, I explore everything I can. Yeah, but it's interesting. How your playthroughs still end up being so much faster. And I don't think it's just because you play the game faster. I think you see less things overall, right? So I think it's just a matter of like different approaches, right? You're naturally more, I guess, move forward type person. I don't know. Oh god, this is a problem. What the fuck is that? Are you attacking me with a fist weapon? What the fuck? I want that weapon. Whatever it is, I want to know what it is. Nox bracelets. No, that's the gloves. Shit! Kill it. There you go. Ugh. I have two friends that are like competitive league, and I'm not wanting my life ruined. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I understand the addictive nature of League of Legends. For me, it's not a problem. I just play a little bit here and there. I don't have expectations of being really good at it. I just want to play a little bit for fun, you know. But I played a lot. Like, I used to stream League between like 2011 and 2013. 2011, well, yeah, 2013 was when I was streaming mainly League of Legends on a different platform. Before I came... Oh, shit, those are actual... Yeah, okay. Before I came on Twitch. Again, because I started originally on Twitch as a StarCraft streamer, StarCraft 2. It's a long story. Anyway. So before I came back to Twitch to do variety, I was streaming League of Legends on Own TV. Some people actually still follow me and sub to me from that time, which is crazy. But yeah, I was playing League all the time, so you know I was pretty into the game. And then I stopped for like over 10 years, and then I just came back like 2 weeks ago, and it's been fun. It's been fun playing the game again. Yeah, I enjoy it. Less thorough, but I'm comfortable having. No, for sure. I understand that, Naz, for sure. But like it, you know, obviously a big part of the length of my playthroughs is not just because of the stuff that I'm finding in the game. It's the time I spent going over that stuff too, right? With the notes, and that obviously adds a lot of substance. I see maybe a small portion of the game more than you do, like 5-10%, whatever, but then I extract the juice out of it, you know? Which is, you know, obviously we don't play for the same reasons. And that's great. The game caters to both our playstyles very well. Oh, is that a shield? I'm surprised this one's not a chest. Let's see. We have a few things we picked up there in the past few fights. How long have I been streaming? My first stream was in 2010, yeah. Playing StarCraft. But I did not stream between... You know, I did not stream... I like to say between 2015 and... Late 2014 and June 2022 is when I came back. So I took like an 8-year hiatus. There was a short stint in 2020 where I did some French writing streams. But that was completely, you know, different. Like, it definitely was not the same type of content and not the same people watching at all. So I mostly took an 8-year hiatus from streaming. Hey, Vivi, how are you doing today? How's your trip? Have you been safe from the tsunami and all that? What a time you chose to go to Hawaii. I just dropped my controller. That is not great. No, my character's moving. Stop! That would have been funny if my character just fell to his death because of moving after dropping the controller and landing on its stick. Hold on. Wonderful Sunbird working hard. Hell yeah. I saw a few of your stories. It looks like a good time. I've been learning jungle in League of Legends, Vivi. I'm ready to I'm ready to, you know, be a good contribution to your games in the future. I've been studying hard. Yeah, I was just talking about League, as a matter of fact, before you came in. As I am looking for people to grind the game a bit more, like play the game, you know, like do some Summoner's Rift and all that. I do want to practice that jungle hard in proper matches. Get your ADC game up. I mean, I can play a little bit of ADC, but I'm not, you know, I'm not the best. Expectations need to be low for my ADC gameplay. Which I know is fine. Yeah, Inkthar, I don't know. You should investigate to see if they made it big. But yeah, back to the story I was telling, Electra. Yeah, I started in 2010 on Justin TV playing StarCraft 2. Then I moved to Own TV, which is a platform that doesn't exist anymore, but it used to be a big platform for League streamers. And I was playing League for like I said, almost 3 years, streaming that daily. And I remember after, at a point I was like doing League, doing the first few hours of the stream, and then I would do variety for like a couple hours. Because I was interested in streaming other games again. And because I was watching people like Man vs. Game and Dance Gaming, and you know, I was like, oh man, streaming variety of game looks interesting. I wish I could do that. And then you know, when Own TV went under, I came on Twitch, and like proper started streaming on Twitch, like variety in 2013. I did for about 2 years. That's when I got partnered and everything, you know, back in the day. And then, yeah, stopped for like 8 years and came back in 2022. That's my story. There's been so many Wi-Fi issues, I haven't been able to play. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm a support one trick, I have no expectations. But hey, I mean, maybe if you have another ADC in your crew, I mean, I'll gladly duo with you as ADC. I love that. But also, if you have other people, I know you have a little crew around you. So if you have a spot for a jungler, an up-and-coming jungler, I'll gladly gank your lane all the time. For some reason, that sounded. That sounded like a euphemism. It was not. MVG, yeah, miss MVG, man. I hope whatever happened to Man vs. Game, whatever he's doing right now these days, I hope he's happier. I hope he's struggling less than when he was streaming. That'd be good. Even though I miss his stream, it seemed to not be very good for his mental health. Yeah. Gank lane, fail to kill and kill enemy laners, smite their cannon minion, live. That's a true jungler experience. Yeah. Tax the lane. No, in fact, the current jungle meta, you're wasting XP and time if you spend any second in lane. You might as well return to your camps or the enemy camps. Jungle XP is really strong right now. And the way they balanced it with like the jungle pets, the jungler's pets, right, is kind of smart because it means that laners are gonna have a hard time doing jungle camps. So it's not really optimal for them to try to do it for XP, at least, you know, in the early mid game, because they're gonna get chunked way too much. And so they better just stay in lane. So the way they balanced it all is kind of smart, actually. I think that's they kind of found the trick. It feels a little bit artificial overall, but it makes for a pretty good overall like game balance, I think. Yeah, Rob, for sure, for sure. I mean, I remember when I was playing mid back in the day with Diana, I would steal your Wraith all the time. Like, every time my wave was done, I would just queue over the Wraith and just, you know, get them in there, steal all of it, then take your blue, you know. I was a menace. Oh yeah, the Raptors, I guess they're called now, not the Wraiths anymore. They used to be the Wraiths, now they're the Raptors, sorry. Yeah, same camp though. Yeah, I mean, I was a menace. I would literally farm half the jungle on top of my fucking lane. But hey, that was the way to go. I was gonna carry the fuck out of the game. You better believe that. Good old days. I want to become good again. That's why I'm watching a lot of videos and studying the jungle. I want to be good again. Armor worn by the sword stresses of the eternal city. These women are the personal guards of the Night Maidens and wear silk capes. Long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false night sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, the coming of age of the stars, and their Lord of Night. Oh, man. A little bit of lore here. I'm about a month and a half from fighting myself alone in the street. No. Tekken still has my full attention. Tekken still has my full attention. I'm still gonna play a lot of Tekken. And even, you know, we're not playing the same game anyway already. I get that we're playing fighting games, but if I was suddenly starting to play more League, I would probably still hang out with you while I'm grinding my solo queue, you know? But no, I'm still very much into Tekken. Tekken's been my... It's my main life game. Okay. Oh, that's a mosquito. Shit! I missed. Try to get that mosquito out of the air. Okay, let's put it here. The Nox. Long ago, invoked the ire. You don't see the notes. Let me bring them up. Sorry about that. Ire of the Greater Will, and were banished underground. Now live under a false night sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, the Lord of Night, The coming age of the stars. That's such an interesting lore concept. Also, I love the sound of the Lord of the Night. That's incredible. Hence the building of the Eternal Cities. Night Maidens is an important concept there. They are protected by the sword's dresses. Huh. Lord of Night. Okay, Ul Palace. I wonder if Ul is directly linked to ancient dynasty. Although that one was named differently. Okay. Getting a lot of good information here. Same description I would expect. Yep. Cool. And now the ant's skull plate. Huge head of one of the giant ants which inhabit the 2 underground rivers. Used without modification as a shield, excels at repelling enemy attacks. Giant ants are venomous creatures, granting a boost to immunity when wearing this shield. And it has a shield bash. Okay, what does it look like? I don't expect I will play with it, because I like the more realistic looking stuff, but... Hey, look at that. It is disgusting. Why does it look... Okay, you know what? No, my brain's just fucked. Because I'm looking at those 2 appendages on the bottom there, and I'm like... But then, you know, there's more parts to it that I didn't see. So it looks okay. Internet brain rot. I mean, at this point, I'm just, you know. I don't know what's left of the original me under all the brain rot, right? I'm lost. Fan daggers. Huh? Oh, more of these fucking things? Jeez. But they're electrified. Great, that sounds fantastic. How am I gonna get fucked by this? Oh, this is great! I love when some ability of the enemies are in your favor for once. Yeah, look at that. Chain reaction. Love it. Hell yeah. Beautiful. This is fantastic. Love this place. How quickly things turn around, huh? Is that where I fought? Yeah. That's where we fought the Dragonkin soldier. Man, that fight was so fucking cool. The transition to phase 2 with the music and everything. I don't remember exactly what it sounded like, but I remember liking it very much. What's up, Noger? How are you doing? Archer Ashes. Let's see. Spirits of archers who belonged to the Fallen Hawks, a band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Their arrows are imbued with gold ghost flame. Though their methods are somewhat crude, they work well as a Squadron, firing a hail of arrows in unison at the sound of a war cry. Ooh. Sounds great. Yeah, Kuma. I love a good chain reaction. It's fun. These remind me of the ones in Demon Souls that have like the, you know, they have like sort of a plate, shield plate or whatever in front of their what's the name of that first boss in Demon Souls? The Phalanx or something? That's what it reminds me of. With the shield. Oh, that's bad. Come on. There we go. Okay, does fire bombs work as well as it does on the phalanxes? Let's see. Nope. Well. Yeah, in Painted World in DS1, that's true. They're also there. Yeah, yeah. Oh man. Okay, this is not ideal. Yeah, I'm about to get wrecked. I need to be careful. Okay. Kill him! No! There we go. Beautiful. Let's see. Reminds me of Mercury, Freddy. Yeah, no, they do look Mercury-like for sure. I mean, it is, you know, like the, what's it called again? The silver tiers, right? Silver, Quicksilver, Mercury. These statues are so fucking creepy, dude. What am I getting here? Ooh. Ghost, Glovewort, Pickers, Bell Bearing. If only I used summons and I would find a use for those upgrades. I mean, I still want to acquire them because I want to keep working with Roderica, because I feel like I need to upgrade things for her quest to move forward, but those statues will look so nice in my living room. Yeah, sure. If you never want to have friends over and want to keep strangers out of your home, that's a great strategy. If you get burglars coming in, they see those statues, they're out. Instantly leave the room, because clearly, you know, the person living there is not well. Ugh. Perfect for inviting Mormons in, ensuring they never come back. Yep. Goth friends? Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. I do have my fair share of goth friends. As a goth adjacent individual. Yes. Where was the other? There it is. What is going on in here? Oh, okay. I thought it was... I legit thought that there was a hole, and I didn't understand what I was looking at. That's on me. Oh, wait. Huh? I'm sorry, can we do that again? Okay, that is so weird. Because the ground clearly is there, but the items go through. I thought it was a fake ground for a second. I was like, am I gonna, you know, is that a trap? Like it attracts you in and then you just fall through? But no, it's just a bug, a glitch. I just wanted to bring light in here. Oh, come on, game. Maybe if I hit it on the wall? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, just adding a little bit of light to the room. Look at us. Yeah, I don't know, the floor is bugged. It's a thing. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Oh, I just remembered that I have a flask of cerulean here in case I need it. Yeah, remember I was saying that I have enough flasks anyway because I always die in one hit most of the time, so I don't need that many flasks. Alright, well, let's see what's in there. Smithing stone, okay. I wonder what do I don't know if I've seen anything that I need the somber smithing stones for. I've only used normal ones. I wonder if they're like for magic items or legendary items maybe. I'm gonna have to look into that at some point. I mean, I'm happy to accumulate them. Might be useful later. Illusory floors don't give Miyazaki ideas. I mean, there's already like floor traps and stuff, right? Mostly, since I've settled on the Partisan and the Twin Blade, I haven't... That's true, I haven't really touched anything else. Why? I can't... It's weird. I guess the opening is on the... I can see there's another door on the other side, so I guess that's where you open it. Let's see. But yeah, I'm sure I'll want to use more different weapons going forward at some point. Bring a bit of variety in my life, you know. A little bit of spice. Okay. I specifically remember this tiny space here because of one Nasrallah clip that I see over and over again, and he's probably the funniest clip I've ever seen on Naz's channel. So that specific little thing I remember. That I need to be careful with this. This is a very smart... This bowl right there is smarter than you would think. It did the thing! Except Naz was there and got absolutely smashed by it. If you've never seen this clip of Nasrallah, you need to see it. It's in one of Naz's BRB videos. Oh, look at me! I'm one of those statues now! Hell yeah! That's an improvement! What a glow up! I guess we're just here. That's our life now. And then it leaves. Oh, that's amazing. Oh. I'm telling you, this is the smartest enemy in the history of video games. I've never seen an enemy in a video game looking smarter than this, more human than this ball. I don't know, there's something about it. Like, it's so funny because in Naz's clip, you can see the ball like leaving. And Naz is like, oh yeah, well, time for me to move, I guess. And the ball suddenly stops as Naz moves. And so Naz freezes. And he's like, waiting. And then the ball like hurls towards him so fast that he he doesn't have time to react and just dies. But the way the ball pauses is so funny. It is so funny. And what is actually happening, as far as I can understand, the technical aspects behind it. I'm sorry to ruin the magic. But I think the ball stops because when Naz moves, he makes a noise, right? So the AI of the enemy, when it hears sounds, it stops, and then it turns around to see what you're doing. But the ball is just a ball. It doesn't actually turn. But the AI inside the ball is programmed like an enemy. So it is turning inside the ball without the model actually rotating. And then attacks Naz. I think that's what's happening. I think that's why the ball pauses for a second. Technically, the AI is turning around to look at Naz, which makes it look so funny because of the pause. It just, it's such an exceptional moment. How dare you? What, ruin the magic? I mean, it's just a speculation. Maybe I'm not, I might be wrong, but from seeing how enemies work and the AI works in those Souls games, that's my speculation. Okay, we'll deal with that ball later. First of all, this. What is going on in here? Why did I unlock this with a stone? Was it worth it? Is my question. What's up, Turtle GM? How are you doing today? I'm enjoying it, yeah. It's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying decrypting the video game, figuring it out slowly but surely, all those things. Oh, I'm so toast. Yeah, I'm fucking... I'm in trouble. I really need to... Facing one of them is good. Facing two of them is a little much. Also, I don't want to move too far back because I'm afraid of the ball actually attacking me. Oh, that's such a dick move. That second, that pull, every enemy that has an attack that hits you on the pullback makes me so mad every time. Fucking hate it. Okay, let's be methodical here. Fucker. Dude, what an asshole. Yeah, now you're against the wall. What'd you do? Okay, good. Shield bash. Bam! Nice. Love that. Nox Monk armor. Let's see. Long ago... Oh, same thing. Okay. Monks of the Eternal City with a silk cape attached. Looks actually kind of cool. Hold on. Where are they? Sorceress. Oh, I look very thin like that. That's a little better. Yeah, I actually kind of like that armor. I could see myself getting a whole theme and fashion around this later in the playthrough, maybe. It's kind of neat. Obviously, it doesn't work with what I'm wearing right now, but the armor itself is kind of cool. Like if I remove that, Oh yeah. Oh, that looks really fucking cool. It's kind of an interesting combo. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Right now, I'm just rocking this. Feel good. Big shields, lots of stam. Yeah. I love the big shield playstyle. That's my exploration setup. For boss fights, I actually switched to being almost naked and fighting with a twin blade. Any bosses you're stuck on? No, I've pretty much cleared as we went. We've had a few difficult bosses early on because I got teleported to Kaelid a couple times and I didn't want to just teleport back, so I just sort of like walked my way back twice. Spent a few days on Blackblade Kid Dread back then. The Godskin Apostle. The dual fight here got us stuck a little bit. More recently, Radon took a couple days. But yeah, not too, you know, no fight lasting more than like 4 days was the longest we've had so far. Which was, I believe, the Godskin Apostle was the longest fight we've had. And in terms of areas, the only one that I haven't really explored yet was the Deep Root Depths. I gained access to this and then decided I wasn't going to explore it just yet because I had a whole other bunch of, you know, a whole bunch of other areas that I still had not explored. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the guns. I'm gonna avoid reading chat for a second. Thank you. Yeah, just for the record, Turtle, we have pretty strict, you know, rules in this channel, so I'm assuming one of your messages broke those rules. That's why people are posting guns. I'm just gonna wait for a mod to delete something and then I'll get back to you. But yeah, we have pretty intense rules about stuff like that. No informations whatsoever. None of any kind. There we go. Thank you, Naz. Appreciate you. What's up, Freckles? How are you doing today? Yeah, even alluding to information is too much. Big no-no. Trying to play the game in the purest of ways, with no outside influence whatsoever. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, I'm sure your messages were, you know, probably not much, but again, like we have very strict rules. But yeah, so that's it. That's about it. Honestly, no real, like, I'm waiting to make my way. I've been to the plateau like briefly because I got teleported to the Volcano Manor and I escaped. And then I had to teleport eventually. I tried to find my way down naturally, but there was no passage, so I had to teleport anyway. But I did run through the plains a little bit. Yeah, that's the next big step, right? It's getting to the plateau. But I've been derailed by the Rani side of things and the Rogier and Fia side of things, and so I haven't made much progress in sort of like the main progression of the game. I haven't made it to the plateau yet. But, you know, it's been a pretty crazy ride at this point. Yeah, no big deal, of course. Everyone gets deleted. I got brought out of combat. I think the bowl is onto me. Oh, no! Ha! Oh, hold on. Yeah! Oh. Yeah, try to get me now, bitch. Not so smart anymore, are we? Maybe we were wrong, Naz. Maybe the bull's not that smart after all. What's up, Moonlight Ghost? How are you doing? I know you from Elisa's channel, right? Larval tier. Let's go. It's practically live there. Yeah, to me it's like it really depends. Depends what she's playing. So it's my presence is more occasional these days, but always a good time. Hope you've been doing well. Rin King, what's up? Just wanted to say hi. I mean, now he's dead. Bye, Bull. I won't have a big encounter with this Bull. That's unfortunate. But yeah, Ghost, I know you're a big Bloodborne gamer, right? I do plan on doing a deep dive into Bloodborne's lore probably next year. Full, you know, full playthrough, super intense note-taking and lore and all that. But yeah, that's obviously, you know, obviously Elden Ring's still gonna be a while, right? Like, we're 305 hours into this one, and obviously there's a lot more to go. So, and after that, I think the next game in line I've said was gonna be Expedition 33. I'm still standing on that for now. Expedition 33 is the next game. I'm not sure if that's gonna be at the end of Elden Ring, or if I at some point feel the need to take a break from Elden Ring, because it's been such a long playthrough. I mean, we've been on it for 4 months at this point. We started early April. I've already played Cyberpunk, Charles, 2024, last year. Yeah, we had almost 400 hours playthrough of Cyberpunk on this channel. It's available on YouTube if you want to watch the VODs. Charles, good to see you. Welcome in. Evasion, welcome in. So yeah, I mean, you know, if I need to take a break from Elden Ring at some point, if I don't want to burn out, maybe I'll do like a little Expedition 33 in the middle. But I don't know. Elden Ring's been doing well. I've been enjoying it. So there's a chance I'm just not gonna stop playing until it's over, which is gonna take probably the rest of the year at this rate. But yeah, then anyway, regardless, after that, Expedition 33, and then Blueprints is on the list as well. And then after that, I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Alright, what's our reward for opening this room? Knight, Maiden, and Sorceress puppets. Interesting. An old puppet crafted in the Eternal City. Oh, wait. The Eternal City dudes know how to craft puppets? I wonder how that links back to Seluvis. Was Seluvis from the Eternal City himself? Was that an old sort of like knowledge from this? It's too much. I can't summon them. Too much FP. Oh yeah, second playthrough of Disco is gonna happen at some point. Disco Elysium. It's gonna be just fucking great. But yeah, hold on. I need to. We need to take some notes there. These sisters, members of a cold-blooded race who wield flowing weapons, became puppets of their own volition. That's a little crazy. Not gonna lie. Where's Seluvis? Seluvis is here. I found a couple of puppets in Noxtella. Is the puppet transformation thing an Eternal City sort of knowledge? Was Seluvis from the Eternal City himself? Or was he trying to replicate their magic with his potions? Oh, shit! I just realized Seluvis is dead. He had this whole plan of, like, creating a draft that he wanted to betray Rani with or something. I guess we'll never know what happened there. I wonder... Okay, I'm still eventually gonna find that Ember thing he wanted me to find. I wonder if we'll be able to do something with it. Even though Sylvis is dead. I didn't think of that. I might have screwed up a quest there with the order of in which I did things. Which is okay. I mean, it's gonna happen with those quests, but... Interesting. Yo, Glegor! Thank you for the tier 1, 22 months. I appreciate it, Glegor. You will be remembered. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate you. Yeah, we'll see how we do for Disco part 2, DJ. We'll see. Okay, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what's the deal with Sylvis. Now let's go with is that the race mentioned on the Knight Maiden and Sword Stress puppets? I'm not sure if the Nox is a race or a sort of civilization, which would be a cold-blooded race wielding flowing weapons. It's interesting that they decided to become puppets of their own volition, though. I wonder why. Eternal life, maybe? I don't know. And I wonder, obviously, it has to connect. Maybe the people of the Eternal City somehow found a way to transfer souls from living bodies to puppets. And that's how they sort of sought eternal life, right? Which I think it's a pretty common theme in fantasy or sci-fi even, right? Transferring your consciousness to another vessel, sort of live forever because bodies are decaying. And obviously there's a link there with Ronnie, because Ronnie, you know, originally discarded her body, transferred her consciousness to a puppet made from the appearance of her old mentor, like the Snow Witch, right? And we know Ronnie was involved with the Eternal City. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she was even a member of the Nox originally, before she was chosen by the Two Fingers. Be an Empyrean. Oh, more of these down there. Oh, this is gonna be fun. This looks like a mobile game, you know, where you the bubble games on mobile. You hit a bubble and it just chain reacts. I'm gonna blow all that shit up soon. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're the more we explore, the closer we get to understanding like something important about the lore surrounding like the Eternal City and how Ronnie came to be exactly. And but I feel like we're still lacking a little bit of information. I feel like we're getting closer. Certainly on the track to discover all of that. This place has been very lore intense so far. I do not... See, I was gonna say, I do not trust this. I don't see any enemies. There's a chest. I don't trust this one bit. You gotta look up. Always. I've seen the movie with DiCaprio. You gotta look up, man. Okay. Well, I mean, hold on. Let me equip my kukris. That's gonna do a lot more damage. This feels like a waste of resources. What if I build a few of these? No, wrong button. That movie is funny. Don't look up. Yeah, it's good. I love Adam McKay's movies in general. That worked. It's not moving. There we go. I feel like I'm getting away with it there. I'm getting away with it. I'm not being wrecked in the ways Miyazaki intended. Hey, listen. That's what you get for being observant. Oh, golden item. Ah. Great Ghost Glovewort. Cool. Since times of old, large gloveworts were used to comfort Eric spirits, given in tribute to those who died the most glorious of death, in the hopes their stories would become legend. It's kind of nice. That's neat. Yeah, you know, Credo, I think there's a factor here that when I see a golden item, I'm like, you know, it's gonna be like a legendary weapon or piece of armor or like a unique item, quest or lore item, right? Like one of those key items you get for the stories. It being like just an upgrade material is so disappointing. I feel like upgrade materials should have like at most be like purple, maybe. Just for, I love the effect of finding a golden item, but then it's just disappointing if it's not like a unique item. But oh, it is what it is. I understand they're probably pretty rare. Like they're maybe like top level upgrade items, right? Yeah, ashes to +10. Maybe that's like the top level, and so they're considered super rare, and that's the only factor to determine the color. But that sounds like a wild ride, Jespo. Wild ride. Your joy of finding smithing stone number 4 is in parallel because I needed one. Listen. People are very wise about the things they need, and they're very foolish about the things they want. I'm not sure that has anything to do with what just happened, but I wanted to use that phrase, because I learned of it yesterday. How far does this go? I mean, we're sort of, like, it feels like we're sort of at the end of it, right? Like, this would be maybe a boss fight? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm smelling... I mean, it doesn't have a... Well, that means nothing. Maybe it's you enter and then the fog wall comes up. This definitely feels boss fight-ish. Feels like an Orlando sort of boss fight or Pontiff type situation, right? We'll see. We will see. Okay. Nothing here. Just ordered lasagna from a local restaurant for dinner pickup. Hell yeah, man. I am kind of hungry right now, let me tell you. I don't know what I'm gonna eat after stream. I'll figure it out. I will figure it out. I mean, I've eaten like a pig all weekend. I probably should just eat a bunch of vegetables and call it a day. Smithing stone level 6. Is that a door? Nope. Not a door. So this building is not explorable, maybe. Unless there's an invisible wall. This goes nowhere. Okay. Hold on. Not giving up just yet. Nope. Okay. Okay, now is when we need to be careful there. Oh my god, this is so scary. Okay. Ooh, golden centipede. Which is a sign of the presence of death, right? Like those who live in death. Because it means their found near churches were similar. It means some fundamentalists of the Golden Order were there. If we find some of these, right? Unless that's their natural habitat. I don't know. Okay. Never mind, let's keep moving forward. I need to put my lantern on. That's what I need to do. There we go. Okay, what's the trap in here? What's gonna kill me? I see you, big ball. I'm just gonna... What a strange room with all the... Oh boy. All those chairs. Like a... It seems like a sort of conference room of some kind. All knocks. Alright, now we leave and we'll let the chain reaction take care of everything. That should be fun. Hey, where's my chain reaction? Assholes. I want my chain reaction. There we go. Oh, some of them are not electrified, it seems. Is it gonna kill all of... Ball, please? Attack me, Ball. I believe in you. Oh, this is so much fun. I mean, or it could be if the ball was a little more... Oh, this is awkward. Ah! Yeah, that should do it. Let's go! Finally. I feel like this was supposed to have the ball roll through them and blow up everything. And I just kind of ruined it by being too careful. Hey, big stupid ball, come here. Okay. Ugh. What's up, Sir Epic? Elden John here. Any spare runes? I'm not very liquid right now, and rent at the round table is coming up. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to save up myself. I've got to look up. I've got to look after myself first. Sorry, Elden John. Are you familiar with John Software? Are you a family member? Okay, now the bowl's still alive. How do I deal with this? Yeah, Tyler, IBS, I assume. Oh, it's coming! Oh, Lord, it's coming! The little backstep. So funny. I swear, these balls are so funny. And I will keep cheesing them in the doorways for as long as I can. I am not fighting those things in the open. Nana. Gideon's gonna kill me. Don't let that nerd be the boss of you. Freaking nerd. Barely deserves being called by his name. I'm pretty sure in my notes is still referred to as nerd. Where are you, Gideon? Down there somewhere. Yeah, Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. Open parentheses, nerd. Because initially I didn't know his name, so I just called him nerd in my notes. Fucking asshole. Hate that guy. Alright, hold on. Is there just no passage here? Yeah. What was that? There was a pickup. Oh, silver tier. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of room to explore. Oh! That. Ooh, maybe an elevator to go to the lower area? Neat. Any big conspiracy theories you got brewing? A few, but I mean, it's, you know, I cannot go over all of them right now, but we have a section for random theories and questions, separated by areas, organize them. Yeah, we have quite a bit already, but yeah, I like taking my notes digitally, take screenshots of stuff that I feel might be important. You know, I do like taking my notes digitally for sure. Getting pretty big. We have like almost 850 notes, which I think last time we checked we were around 15,000 words of notes. At this point we're probably getting closer to 16, but yeah, it's getting bigger and bigger. So by the time we're done with all of this, I don't know how big that file is gonna look. But it's been really fun to slowly put everything together. Yeah. To me, that's the most interesting part of playing those games, for sure. I'm a bit puzzled that there's no way to get in here. Feels like... I mean, I get you want to give the appearance of bulk to your area without making everything explorable necessarily, but... strange. Tyler. No, expose all your bathroom troubles for us, please. In great detail. Pictures, even. Come on. Oh god, I'm gonna get... This is bad. I'm gonna fall into a trap. Okay. Smithing stone. Fair enough. Alright, what is this gonna be? Oh boy. Oh, yep. Okay, that's just... I was expecting a proper... I mean, it could still be a boss fight, right? Maybe this is like a particularly strong version of one of these people. Let's see. God, these statues are so creepy. Love them. Yeah, Tyler. So another one of those thrones, right? Without the skeleton this time. But this is similar to the one we found in Celia. I wonder what kind of item we'll find in there. Last time we found the staff of Lusat, I think. Oh, shit. Those assholes. Okay. Well, if we can fight them one by one, that'd be great. Come out, come out. Fight me out here, far away from your friends. Whoa. Let's be careful. Let's be careful. Yeah, we mentioned that in the past, Uma. Like, they remind me of the little guys in Bloodborne. I agree. Oh! He kicked the oh, dude, that could have been really bad. He kicked my shield away. Thank God he died. That could have been a crit. Is that a Flamberge or a... No, that's a Zweihander. Nice. I respect the man with a Zweihander. Oh, bullshit! Oh, I'm dead. Yep. Oh, man. Oh. God damn it, dude. Damn. It's oh boy. We're almost at the end of this whole fucking thing and damn. No checkpoint. Maybe there was a stake inside the thing and by fighting outside I deprived myself of it. I'm not sure. But that's okay. That's alright. Okay, so we have to make our way back up here, gather our souls, find out what's in there, and then we have the whole lower area to explore, which seems to be the path forward, interestingly enough. This seems like a dead end after we grab whatever's in there. Okay. Well, at least we know what to do. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a story for tomorrow. 306 hours on the counter today. And I'm gonna call it here for tonight. I will be back tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Elden Ring. Make sure to follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. Make sure to follow the Discord. Join the Discord if you want to get the most reliable live notifications every day when I go live. Yeah, outside of that, we're gonna raid out to my good friend Nasrallah, who's doing Dark Souls Remastered Hitless. Again, I want to give him the most support I can until he gets partnership. So we're gonna, we're gonna be very insistent on raiding him. Yeah, raid Nasrallah. So if you don't mind, hanging out a little bit with Naz, or at least leaving him a lurk. Again, the goal is to help him with his numbers as much as possible. That would be amazing, and we would both appreciate you very much for it. Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the hangings. Thank you for the lurks, the conversations, and the support in many different ways. I will be back tomorrow for more Elden Ring. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. See you tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.